Welcome to 3 a.m. Static. In the dead of night, the static whispers. Turn off the lights, close your eyes, and let the darkness guide you. Tell us where and when you're listening, because at 3 a.m., you're never truly alone.
Story 1. The Watcher in the Dark. The air hung heavy and still, thick with the cloying scent of dust and forgotten things. Elara lay trapped, her body a leaden weight beneath a suffocating blanket of paralysis. She was awake, utterly and terrifyingly awake, yet her limbs refused to obey, her voice a silent scream trapped within her throat. Panic, cold and sharp as shattered glass, clawed at the edges of her mind. The darkness of her room, usually a comforting haven, pressed in on her, a suffocating embrace. Moonlight, filtering through the gaps in her curtains, cast long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed like phantoms on the walls. Each flicker seemed to amplify the dread coiling in her gut, tightening its icy grip around her heart. At the foot of her bed, a shadow loomed. It wasn't a simple shadow, the kind cast by a misplaced object or a moonbeam's playful dance. This was something different, something ancient and malevolent. Its edges were indistinct, shifting and swirling like smoke in a restless wind, yet its presence was overwhelming, a palpable weight that pressed down on Elara with suffocating intensity. The shadow didn't have a defined shape, not in the way a person or animal would. It was more like a void, a tear in the fabric of reality, radiating an aura of chilling emptiness. It felt older than the house, older than the town, older than time itself. It was a primordial darkness, a sentient absence that pulsed with a dreadful, silent energy. Elara could feel it seep into her very being, chilling her to the bone, leaving her trembling not with cold, but with a deep, primal fear that transcended simple comprehension. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the oppressive silence. The silence itself was a weapon, magnifying her terror, stretching it out into an agonizing eternity. Each second felt like an hour, each heartbeat a hammer blow against the walls of her sanity. She tried to move, to scream, to break free from this nightmarish paralysis, but her body was unresponsive. Her muscles were locked, her lungs constricted, leaving her struggling for breath, each gasp a desperate, silent plea. The weight on her chest intensified, feeling not just heavy but impossibly dense, as if an immense being was sitting upon her, crushing the air from her lungs. The feeling was visceral, primitive, pushing her to the very brink of consciousness. It felt less like a physical weight and more like the crushing weight of despair, of hopelessness, of an ancient, inescapable doom. It was the weight of the world, of the universe itself, pressing down on her frail form. She felt utterly helpless, a tiny speck caught in the vast, indifferent indifference of the cosmos. Desperate, she focused her will, attempting to summon the strength to even twitch a finger, a toe, anything. But her efforts were futile. The paralysis held fast, an implacable force that bound her to the mattress, a prisoner in her own mind. Tears welled in her eyes, blurring the already distorted image of the shadow at the foot of her bed. Then, a new terror emerged, slithering into her awareness like a poisonous serpent. Whispers, faint at first, brushed against her ears, weaving their way into her mind, filling her with a growing sense of dread, of impending doom. The whispers were unintelligible, a cacophony of distorted sounds, meaningless words that somehow spoke to the darkest corners of her soul. The whispers seemed to emanate not from the shadow itself, but from the very air around her, from the silence of the room, from the walls that seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. They were not spoken, but felt, a cold intrusion that reached into her very essence, twisting her thoughts and emotions, planting seeds of fear where previously there had been only quiet apprehension. The feeling of being watched intensified, making her skin crawl. She could almost feel eyes upon her, unseen, yet piercing, their gaze burning through the darkness. It wasn't just the shadow, it felt as though the entire room was watching her, judging her, waiting for her to succumb. The walls seemed to close in, the space around her shrinking, suffocating, transforming her bedroom into a claustrophobic tomb. The shadows in the corners deepened, twisting into grotesque shapes, faces contorting into snarls and whispers. Her breath hitched in her throat, a strangled gasp lost in the pervasive silence. The images flashed before her eyes, vivid and horrifying, monstrous things that seemed to slither out of the dark corners of her imagination, the product of her own growing terror. Time twisted, stretched, and broke. Minutes became hours, hours became eons. Each moment was an eternity of fear, an agonizing struggle against the unseen forces that held her captive. The paralysis was not just a physical affliction, it was a mental torture, a cruel and deliberate manipulation of her senses. It was a trap designed to break her. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the paralysis released its icy grip. Elara gasped, her lungs burning, her body trembling violently. She bolted upright, her heart hammering against her ribs like a frantic bird trapped in a cage. She fell out of bed, landing heavily on the floor, the rough carpet scraping against her skin. She scrambled to her feet, her legs unsteady, her body shaking uncontrollably. Gasping for air, she stumbled towards the light switch, her eyes wide with terror. The world spun around her, the shadows still dancing, the whispers still echoing in her ears. She fumbled for the switch, desperate for the security of light, for the comfort of the known. The room flooded with light, banishing the shadows into the recesses of the corners, yet the terror lingered. The cold weight in her chest remained, the memory of the unseen presence searing itself into her memory. Though the shadow was gone, the lingering dread was more real, a cold knot of fear tied tightly in her stomach. She stared at the empty space at the foot of the bed, her eyes scanning every corner of the room, searching for any trace of the unseen being that had invaded her sleep. But there was nothing. Only the familiar furniture, the comforting objects of her daily life, yet now tinged with a chilling new perspective. Everything felt different, changed, touched by the malevolent presence. Elara spent the rest of the night wide awake, unable to shake the lingering horror of her experience. The memory of the shadow, of the whispers, of the suffocating weight, played on repeat in her mind. She couldn't reconcile the reality of her empty bedroom with the tangible terror she had just experienced, leaving her feeling disoriented, adrift in a sea of fear. The line between the dream and reality had blurred, leaving a haunting residue that clung to her like a second skin. Sleep remained elusive, a distant and unattainable dream. Every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves outside her window, sent a fresh wave of fear washing over her. The darkness had lost its comforting embrace, transformed into a lurking menace, a place where unseen things could slither into her world, where the boundaries between worlds were thin enough to be breached. The world around her was no longer safe, it was haunted. The weight on her chest intensified, no longer a mere pressure, but a crushing, suffocating force. It felt as though a colossal entity had settled upon her, its immeasurable mass pressing the air from her lungs, constricting her chest until each breath became a desperate, agonizing struggle. Her ribs ached, her lungs burned, and a terrifying panic seized her, not the familiar, manageable kind, but a primal, overwhelming terror that threatened to shatter her sanity. She thrashed, her limbs flailing uselessly against the invisible bonds of paralysis, a silent, desperate struggle against an implacable force. Her eyes, wide and frantic, darted around the room, searching for a source of the pressure, a tangible explanation for this terrifying sensation. The moonlight, once a source of quiet comfort, now cast distorted shadows that writhed and pulsed like living things, their shapes twisting into grotesque parodies of familiar objects. The familiar furniture of her room took on a menacing aspect, each piece looming as if alive, their edges blurred and sinister in the periphery of her vision. The very air itself felt thick and heavy, charged with a malevolent energy that hummed against her skin. A silent scream tore at her throat, a desperate attempt to break free, to shatter the suffocating silence that amplified the terror tenfold. But the sound remained trapped within, a silent agony that mirrored the paralysis gripping her body. Tears streamed down her face, hot and desperate, mingling with the cold sweat that plastered her hair to her forehead. Her vision swam, blurring the already distorted reality around her. The room, once her sanctuary, had transformed into a suffocating cage, the walls closing in, the shadows deepening, the darkness alive with an unseen horror. The shadow at the foot of her bed remained, unblinking, a sentient void that pulsed with a silent, malevolent energy. It wasn't simply dark, it was an absence, a tear in the fabric of reality, from which emanated a chilling emptiness that seemed to drain the very life from her. It felt older than time, older than humanity, a primordial darkness that had waited in the shadows of existence, patiently biding its time until this moment of vulnerability. The silence around her was broken only by the frantic hammering of her heart against her ribs, a relentless drumbeat of fear. The pressure intensified, pushing her to the very edge of consciousness. It wasn't just physical, it was psychological, a deliberate, insidious assault on her mind. Her thoughts became fragmented, disjointed, overwhelmed by the overwhelming sense of dread. She struggled to maintain her grip on reality, the terror threatening to pull her under, to drown her in the abyss of fear. The whispers, faint at first, now grew stronger, weaving themselves into her thoughts, filling her mind with insidious suggestions, chilling premonitions of doom. The whispers were not words, not in any language she knew, but emotions, sensations, raw, primal fears that seeped into her very being. They spoke of ancient evils, of forgotten gods, of a cosmic indifference that dwarfed her existence. They spoke of oblivion, of an inescapable fate that waited for her in the shadows. The whispers were the voice of the darkness itself, a siren song luring her towards the precipice of madness. She tried to focus, to concentrate on something tangible, something real, to pull herself back from the brink. She tried to remember her name, her address, anything that could anchor her to the reality she was rapidly losing. But her thoughts scattered like dandelion seeds in the wind, lost in the cacophony of fear that consumed her. The shadow seemed to writhe, its formless mass shifting and swirling, as if feeding off her terror. The weight remained, suffocating her, crushing her, threatening to obliterate her. It was the weight of an unimaginable burden, the weight of centuries of sorrow and despair, the weight of the universe itself. It was the weight of the immovable, an ancient, inescapable doom that pressed down on her, leaving her utterly helpless, utterly alone. She felt her consciousness fading, the darkness beckoning, promising release from the torment, but at a terrifying cost. Then, a new terror emerged, a terrifying clarity in the midst of the chaos. She realized the weight wasn't pressing down on her, it was within her. It was the weight of her own fear, amplified, magnified, twisted into a monstrous entity that seemed to consume her from the inside out. The shadow wasn't external, it was a manifestation of her own terror, a reflection of the darkness that lurked within her own heart. This realization brought a new wave of fear, even more horrifying than the physical pressure. It was the knowledge of her own vulnerability, the realization that the darkness she feared was not just outside her, but within, a part of her own being. The whispers intensified, becoming more coherent, echoing her own anxieties, her own deepest insecurities. They weren't just suggestions, but echoes of her own subconscious, twisted and magnified into a malevolent chorus of fear. The paralysis loosened, but not the fear. It hung over her like a shroud, heavy and oppressive, clinging to her even as she fought to regain control of her body. Her eyes were glued to the shadow, despite her desperate need to look away, to ignore this terrifying manifestation of her own inner demons. She watched it shift and swirl, knowing that it wasn't a monster from some ancient folklore, but a product of her own mind, fueled by her own anxieties, her own deepest fears. It was the weight of her own psyche, manifested in a terrifying, physical form. The struggle continued, an internal battle against the darkness within. She fought against the paralysis, against the whispers, against the crushing weight of her own fear. The room spun, the shadows danced, the whispers echoed, yet within the chaos, a flicker of defiance emerged. She would not succumb. She would not be broken. Slowly, gradually, she began to regain control. The weight lessened, the whispers faded, the shadows retreated. The paralysis released its grip, and she drew a ragged breath, her lungs burning, her body trembling. The room returned to a semblance of normality, yet the lingering terror remained, a cold knot of fear nestled deep within her soul. The shadow was gone, but the weight, the true weight, remained. The weight of the immovable was the weight of her own fear, the weight of her own darkness, a weight she would have to carry for the rest of her days. The encounter had changed her, left an indelible mark on her psyche, a reminder of the darkness that lurked not just in the shadows, but in the deepest recesses of her own heart. The night was over, but the battle had only just begun. The fear was not just external. It was internalized, becoming a part of her. The weight of the immovable, a constant reminder of her fragility and the battle ahead. The darkness was not gone, but hiding, waiting for the next moment of vulnerability. The whispers intensified, no longer a faint brush against her ears, but a persistent, insidious murmur that wormed its way into the deepest recesses of her mind. There were not words, not in any language she recognized, but rather a cacophony of unsettling sounds, a sibilant hiss, a guttural groan, a high-pitched shriek that seemed to vibrate within her very skull. There were the sounds of unease made manifest, the auditory equivalent of a creeping dread that snaked through her veins, chilling her to the bone. Each whisper felt like a tiny claw scraping across her sanity, threatening to unravel the delicate fabric of her mind. The feeling of being watched, previously a subtle unease, now blossomed into a suffocating paranoia. It was as if unseen eyes were boring into her from every corner of the room, from the shadows beneath the bed, from the darkness beyond the window, from the very cracks in the walls. Her skin crawled with 1,000 tiny prickles, the hairs on her arms and neck standing on end, and a cold sweat slicked her skin despite the oppressive weight on her chest. She felt exposed, vulnerable, as if her very essence was laid bare before some unseen, malevolent observer. The air itself seemed to thicken, becoming heavy and oppressive, as if the very atmosphere was saturated with a malevolent energy. It clung to her, weighing her down, making each breath a struggle, each movement an impossibility. This was no ordinary pressure. This was a deliberate suffocation, a sinister intent emanating from the very fabric of her reality. The scent of ozone, sharp and metallic, filled her nostrils, adding to the overwhelming sensory assault. It was the smell of electricity, of raw power, of something ancient and unnatural. The room, once a familiar haven, shrank and distorted around her. The walls pressed in, closing the space, making her feel trapped, suffocated, like an insect pinned beneath a glass dome. Familiar objects warped and shifted, their edges blurring, their shapes becoming monstrous parodies of their former selves. The dresser seemed to grow legs, its drawers gaping open like a monstrous maw. The chair in the corner twisted into a grotesque parody of human form, its back a hunched spine, its legs spindly and threatening. Her own reflection in the mirror, once a comforting image, now dissolved into a fleeting, distorted visage, its eyes black voids that stared back at her with silent judgment. Panic, a cold, sharp wave, crashed over her. It wasn't the simple fear of the unknown, it was a profound, existential terror, the chilling realization that something utterly alien, utterly beyond comprehension, was present in her room. She thrashed again, her limbs still useless, her silent screams trapped within her constricted throat. The effort only intensified the pressure, the suffocation, the feeling of being overwhelmed, of being utterly powerless against the encroaching darkness. The whispers continued, weaving themselves into the fabric of her terror, amplifying her fear, twisting her thoughts into grotesque parodies of their former selves. They spoke of things she could not comprehend, of ancient evils that stalked the edges of reality, of forgotten gods who reveled in the suffering of mankind. They whispered of death, of oblivion, of an inescapable fate that awaited her in the cold, empty void. Suddenly, the whispers coalesced into a single, chilling voice, a voice that seemed to originate not from the outside, but from within her own mind, from the very core of her being. It was a voice of pure malevolence, a voice that spoke directly to her fears, her insecurities, her deepest and darkest desires. It knew her secrets, her vulnerabilities, her hidden shames, and it used them to break her down, piece by piece, until she was nothing more than a shattered vessel, a hollow shell at its mercy. The voice spoke of her failures, her regrets, her moments of weakness. It taunted her with her shortcomings, magnifying her imperfections until they were monstrous, all-consuming. It turned her memories into weapons, her past into a prison. It spoke of what could have been, of paths not taken, of opportunities missed, using her hopes and dreams as instruments of torment. The past was alive and it had her cornered. It was a personalized attack, a horrifyingly intimate form of psychological torture designed to destroy her sense of self, to obliterate her identity, to leave her empty, vulnerable, and utterly at its mercy. The pressure on her chest intensified, not simply a physical weight, but a crushing burden of guilt, shame, and regret, a weight that threatened to collapse her soul. She fought back, clinging to fragments of sanity, desperately trying to hold onto her sense of self. She remembered her name, her childhood memories, her hopes for the future, anything that could anchor her to reality, anything that could remind her that she was still herself. But the voice was relentless, chipping away at her defenses, twisting her thoughts until she began to question her own sanity. Doubt blossomed in her heart, growing into a dark and poisonous vine. She struggled to maintain a sense of self-identity in the face of this unrelenting assault. She wrestled her thoughts, her memories, even the very essence of her own self, against the horrifying invasion of her inner being. The voice continued to feed on her distress, growing stronger with each shudder of fear and gasp of panic that escaped her. This was a mental battle, and she was losing ground fast. Suddenly, within the storm of terror and doubt, a flicker of defiance ignited. She would not surrender. She would not let this voice, this insidious parasite, destroy her. She summoned every ounce of strength, every fiber of her being, to push back, to resist, to reclaim her mind from the clutches of this malevolent entity. The struggle was arduous, a ferocious battle of wills, but slowly, gradually, she began to regain some control. The voice weakened, its attacks growing less frequent, less potent. The pressure on her chest eased, the whispers faded into the background. The room gradually returned to its normal proportions and the warping shapes regained their usual forms. When the paralysis finally released its grip, she was left trembling, drained, but victorious. The shadow had retreated, but the scars remained. The memory of that invasion, that horrifying violation of her mind, would haunt her for the rest of her life. The victory was bittersweet, a reminder of her own vulnerability, of the terrifying power of the darkness that lurked within as much as without. The night was over, but the aftermath continued, the echoing voices whispering from her memories, a stark reminder of the battle she would forever have to fight. The darkness remained, hidden, waiting, patient, for her next moment of weakness. The weight of the immovable, the weight of her own fear, still resided within her. The paralysis broke as suddenly as it had begun. One moment, she was trapped, suffocating under the weight of unseen forces. The next, she was free, gasping for breath, her lungs burning with the desperate need for air. Her body convulsed, a violent shudder racking her frame as the residual tension released itself in trembling spasms. She lay there for a long moment, her heart hammering a frantic rhythm against her ribs, each beat a desperate echo of her near-death experience. The sheets, twisted and damp with sweat, clung to her skin, a physical reminder of the ordeal she had just endured. The room, which moments ago had seemed to warp and distort around her, now appeared strangely normal, even mundane. The dresser was a dresser, the chair a chair, the shadows mere shadows. Yet, the familiarity offered little comfort. Instead, the ordinariness of it all heightened the surreal horror of what she had experienced, the stark contrast between the terrifying unreality of the paralysis and the mundane reality of her bedroom. It was like waking from a fever dream, the lingering remnants of delirium clinging to the edges of her consciousness, blurring the line between what was real and what was not. She didn't hesitate. The lingering dread, a cold weight settling in her gut, spurred her into action. She had to escape, to get away from the oppressive atmosphere of her room, to find the safety and reassurance of the outside world. With a desperate scramble, she threw off the suffocating weight of the covers, her limbs shaking uncontrollably. She swung her legs over the side of the bed, her bare feet hitting the cold wooden floor with a thud that echoed in the still silence of the room. She stumbled to her feet, her legs unsteady, her vision blurring slightly as she fought back the lingering waves of nausea. She reached for the lamp on her nightstand, her fingers fumbling in the darkness before finally grasping the cool metal of the switch. With a flick, the room flooded with light, the sudden brightness momentarily blinding her. She blinked, her eyes adjusting to the sudden change, taking in the familiar details of her surroundings. The light didn't dispel the fear, but it offered a sliver of reassurance, a tangible connection to reality in the wake of the terrifying unreality she had just endured. She stumbled towards the door, her movements jerky and uncoordinated, her body still vibrating with the aftershocks of the paralysis. She fumbled with the doorknob, her fingers clumsy and unresponsive, as if the paralysis was still clinging to the edges of her motor skills. Finally, she managed to turn the knob, and the door swung inward with a soft creak. She stepped into the hallway, the cool night air washing over her, a welcome contrast to the stifling atmosphere of her room. The light from her bedroom spilled into the hallway, illuminating a small section of the dimly lit corridor. The familiar surroundings offered a sense of grounding, a reassurance that she was still in her own home, still in the world she knew. But even the familiar couldn't quite erase the lingering dread, the subtle feeling of unease that still clung to the edges of her perception. She hurried down the hallway, her bare feet making soft padding sounds against the carpeted floor. She could feel the tremor still running through her body, a constant reminder of the terrifying ordeal she had just experienced. She reached the top of the stairs and cautiously began her descent. Each step was measured and deliberate, her concentration entirely focused on placing her feet safely on the next step. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching her, that unseen eyes followed her every move. At the bottom of the stairs, she reached the front door, her hand trembling as she reached for the knob. She pulled the door open, stepping out onto the porch, the cold night air instantly chilling her skin. The darkness of the night pressed in on her, the vastness of the sky overhead a stark reminder of her own insignificance in the face of something far larger, something beyond human comprehension. She stepped out onto the lawn, the cool grass a welcome contrast to the warmth of her room. She walked towards the street, her pace quickening as the fear intensified. She needed to get away, to put distance between herself and the terrifying experience she had just had. She felt the lingering weight of the paralysis, not just the physical exhaustion but a psychological heaviness that seemed to weigh down her soul. As she walked, she glanced back at her house, its darkened windows seeming to stare back at her, judging her, accusing her. The house, once a haven, now seemed alien, menacing, a place of profound and terrifying secrets. She felt a sudden urge to run, to escape not just the house but the lingering feeling of dread, the unsettling certainty that she was not alone, that something else had shared her bedroom, her consciousness, her very being. The memory of the unseen watcher, the feeling of those unseen eyes boring into her very soul, clung to her, a dark shadow in the corner of her mind, even in the pale moonlight. The night air, while cooling her skin, did little to soothe the inner turmoil. The chilling after effects of her ordeal persisted. She felt vulnerable, exposed, as if the unseen entity that had visited her in the night had somehow penetrated her defenses, leaving a lingering mark on her soul. Each shadow seemed to writhe and twist, each rustling leaf a whisper of something unseen. The world around her seemed to intensify its normal sounds. The chirping of crickets, normally a soothing nighttime soundtrack, now sounded like a chorus of whispers, each chirp an insidious suggestion of unseen things lurking just beyond her vision. The wind rustling through the leaves of the trees seemed to murmur ancient secrets, an unsettling symphony of the uncanny. The entire world, previously familiar and safe, felt alien and threatening. She walked for a long time, the distance stretching out before her like a vast and uncharted territory. She didn't know where she was going, only that she needed to escape, to find a place where she felt safe, where she could escape the lingering chill that seeped into her bones, and the echoing whispers in her mind. Her mind raced with the fragments of her experience, the visions of warping shapes, the chilling whispers, the terrifying weight of the paralysis. She found herself questioning the very nature of reality, the boundaries between dream and reality becoming increasingly blurred. She finally stopped walking when she stumbled upon a small park, a small island of green in the urban sprawl. The soft glow of streetlights cast long shadows on the pavement, lending a distorted, unreal aspect to the familiar park benches and trees. The park itself felt both familiar and alien, a space both safe and potentially dangerous. She sank onto a park bench, the cold metal biting into her skin. She wrapped her arms around herself, trying to ward off the lingering chill. She breathed deeply, trying to calm her racing heart, but the fear still lingered, a cold knot tightening in her stomach. She was safe for now, but the memory of the ordeal, the chilling violation of her sleep, haunted her. The feeling of being watched persisted, the notion that something dark and ancient lingered just beyond the threshold of her perception. The experience hadn't been confined to the bedroom, it had seeped into her reality, leaving its mark on the world around her, tainting the familiar with the unsettling strangeness of the liminal space between worlds. The night was over, but the nightmare persisted, a lingering chill that promised the darkness would return, ready to claim her again when she was next vulnerable. The Watcher was still out there, patiently waiting for her next moment of weakness. The streetlights hummed a discordant tune, their pale glow failing to pierce the oppressive darkness that clung to the edges of the park. She shivered, not entirely from the cold, but from a deeper, more primal fear that gnawed at her insides. The memory of the paralysis, the suffocating pressure, the feeling of unseen eyes boring into her, played on a relentless loop in her mind. It wasn't just the physical experience, it was the violation, the intrusion into her most private sanctuary, her sleep. The feeling of being watched, of being studied by something malevolent, persisted even in the relative safety of the park. Each rustle of leaves, each creak of a branch, sent a jolt of adrenaline through her. She jumped at the sudden chirp of a cricket, the sound amplifying the unsettling symphony of the night. The familiar sounds of the city, the distant hum of traffic, the sporadic bark of a dog, all seemed distorted, sinister, imbued with a hidden meaning she couldn't decipher. The world had shifted, subtly yet profoundly, the veil between the mundane and the uncanny dangerously thin. She rose from the bench, her legs stiff and aching. The lingering exhaustion from the paralysis weighed heavily on her, a physical manifestation of the psychological trauma. She knew she should go home, that she needed the relative safety of her own bed, but the thought filled her with a dread that rivaled the fear she felt in the park. The house, once a refuge, now felt like a cage, a prison where she was vulnerable to the unseen entity that had invaded her sleep. She started walking again, her steps hesitant, her gaze darting nervously around her. Every shadow seemed to writhe and twist. Every dark corner held the potential for a lurking horror. The city, normally a comforting presence, now felt hostile, a place where the unseen could stalk its prey undetected. She felt a deep-seated unease, a gnawing suspicion that she was being followed, watched from the shadows, a silent predator waiting for the right moment to strike. The walk back seemed endless, each block stretching out before her like an obstacle course. Her mind raced, replaying the events of the night, analyzing every detail, searching for some rational explanation, some way to dispel the terrifying reality of what she had experienced. But there was no rational explanation. The experience transcended logic, existing in that liminal space between dream and reality, a realm where the rules of the physical world seemed to bend and break. She finally reached her house, the darkened facade seeming to loom before her, a silent, watchful presence. She hesitated, her hand hovering over the doorknob, the fear of entering the house vying with the overwhelming exhaustion that drained her strength. She knew she couldn't stay out all night, that the safety of her home, however illusory it now seemed, was preferable to the dangers of the streets. With a deep breath, she steeled herself and opened the door. The cool, night air rushed past her, a fleeting moment of relief before the oppressive atmosphere of the house enveloped her. She moved through the hallway, her steps deliberate, her senses heightened, listening for any unusual sounds, any hint of the unseen presence that haunted her. The silence of the house was unsettling, the stillness amplified by the lingering fear in her mind. Each creak of the floorboards, each sigh of the wind outside, sent shivers down her spine. She reached her bedroom, the door ajar, revealing the shadowed interior. The faint scent of fear, a peculiar olfactory residue of her terrifying ordeal, lingered in the air. She flicked on the lights, the sudden brightness momentarily blinding her. When her eyes adjusted, she began the slow process of searching for the source of her terror, her gaze sweeping across the room, inspecting every corner, every shadow, searching for any trace of the entity that had visited her in her sleep. The room seemed normal, almost mundane, but the familiarity offered no comfort. It only highlighted the surreal horror of what had happened, the unsettling contrast between the terrifying unreality of the paralysis and the mundane reality of her bedroom. She examined the bed, the sheets still crumpled and damp with sweat, a physical testament to her struggle. She ran her fingers over the bedspread, searching for anything out of place, anything that could hint at the presence of the unseen. Nothing. Or so it seemed. A lingering unease, a cold dread, remained. The feeling of being watched was still there, an invisible presence lurking just beyond the threshold of perception. She stripped off her clothes, her movements hesitant, still trembling from the residual effects of the paralysis. She got into bed, pulling the covers around her, trying to escape the chill that clung to her skin, the chill that extended beyond the physical into the deeper, more unsettling realm of the mind. Sleep eluded her. Her mind was a whirlwind of fragmented memories, vivid images flashing before her eyes, the warping shapes, the suffocating pressure, the icy touch of something unseen. The feeling of being watched persisted, a constant, unnerving presence that made the darkness of her room seem less like empty space and more like a living entity, pulsating with a sinister energy. She glanced repeatedly into the darkness of her room, expecting to see something, anything, that could explain the terror that consumed her. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and she drifted into a restless sleep, plagued by vivid nightmares that blurred the lines between dream and reality. She dreamt of shadows stretching and contorting, of whispering voices promising oblivion, of the overwhelming pressure of something unseen, something malevolent, pressing down on her, trying to steal her consciousness, her very soul. She woke with a gasp, her heart pounding, her body drenched in sweat, the chilling residue of the nightmare clinging to her like a shroud. The morning light brought little solace. The lingering fear remained, a cold knot in her stomach, a shadow that stretched across her waking hours. The world seemed different now, subtly altered, the veil between the mundane and the uncanny still dangerously thin. She knew, with a chilling certainty, that there was something out there, something unseen, something sinister, lurking in the darkness between worlds, at the edge of sleep, waiting for her next moment of vulnerability, waiting to claim her again. The shadow had vanished, but its chilling presence lingered, an unwelcome guest in the sanctuary of her mind. The Watcher was still out there, patient, waiting. And she knew, with a bone-deep certainty, that the darkness would return. Story 2, The Old Hag's Embrace. The old man awoke to the familiar dread. It wasn't the sudden jolt of a nightmare, but a slow, insidious creep of terror that began in the pit of his stomach and spread, cold and clammy, through his limbs. He felt it first as a weight, a subtle pressure on his chest, as if an invisible entity had settled upon him, its presence a suffocating blanket. He tried to move, to scream, to even breathe deeply, but his body remained stubbornly unresponsive, a leaden weight anchoring him to the mattress. Sleep paralysis, the cruelest of tricks, had him once more in its grasp. Panic clawed at the edges of his consciousness. He knew this feeling intimately, the horrifying blend of terror and helplessness. He'd suffered from these episodes for years, the frequency increasing with each passing month, each night a potential battlefield against an unseen foe. Tonight, the enemy felt different, closer, its presence more tangible, more menacing. The weight intensified, pressing down with a crushing force that seemed to constrict his lungs, making each breath a labored struggle. He could feel the pressure not just on his chest, but across his entire body, as if a massive being had draped itself over him, its form undefying yet undeniably real. He strained, every muscle screaming in protest, but his body remained trapped, a prisoner in its own skin. His mind raced, desperately searching for a way to break free. He tried the usual techniques, focusing on his breathing, attempting to wiggle his toes, willing his body to respond. Nothing worked. The paralysis held him fast, its grip tightening with each passing second. He felt a cold breath on his neck, a sensation so chilling it sent shivers down his spine despite the oppressive heat of the weight on his chest. It wasn't cold in the physical sense, it was a coldness that seeped into his very soul, a primordial fear that transcended the limits of his mortal understanding. Through the suffocating pressure, he felt a presence, an entity that was both intangible and intimately close. It was a feeling rather than a sight, a palpable sense of malevolence that filled the room, clinging to him like a shroud. The air itself seemed to thicken, charged with a sinister energy that buzzed around him. He could almost feel its gaze, cold and piercing, boring into him, penetrating the very essence of his being. It was a scrutiny that stripped him bare, revealing his deepest fears, his most vulnerable insecurities. He felt exposed, naked, a helpless lamb at the mercy of a ravenous wolf. Then he saw her. Or rather, he felt her. Not with his eyes, for the room remained shrouded in the familiar darkness of his bedroom, but with a visceral awareness that defied all logic and reason. The old hag. The folklore had prepared him, whispered tales of the malevolent entity that preyed on the sleeping, the nightmare-given form. And now, she was here. He felt her weight shift subtly, a slight readjustment that sent a fresh wave of terror through him. The pressure intensified, a stifling grip that threatened to crush his very existence. He was aware of her nearness, of her presence pressing down upon him, her very essence a suffocating vortex of darkness and dread. He could feel the rasp of her breath, a chilling whisper that seemed to claw at the edges of his sanity. It was a soundless sound, a vibration that resonated deep within his bones, a horrifying symphony of the uncanny. The fear, raw and visceral, was almost unbearable. It was not simply fear of death, but a deeper, more primal terror, a fear that transcended the boundaries of mortality, a fear of the unknown, of the unseen forces that lurked just beyond the veil of reality. He felt a touch, not a physical touch, but a spectral pressure, an icy caress that crawled across his skin, leaving a trail of goose flesh and unspeakable dread. It was a touch that seemed to reach beyond his flesh, probing, exploring, violating the sanctity of his being. The weight remained, a crushing, suffocating presence that refused to relinquish its grip. He battled against the paralysis, summoning every ounce of strength, every flicker of will, but his efforts were futile. He was trapped, bound, helpless, at the mercy of this spectral entity. Time stretched and warped, each second an eternity. He lost track of how long he remained in this state, suspended between life and death, reality and nightmare. The pressure eased, ever so slightly. A subtle shift in the weight, a lessening of the oppressive force. The old hag's spectral embrace had loosened. Slowly, agonizingly, the paralysis began to recede. His toes twitched, his fingers wiggled. He could feel his limbs, heavy and stiff, but responsive. He gasped for air, his lungs burning, his body trembling with the aftermath of his ordeal. With a surge of adrenaline, he threw back the covers and rolled onto the floor, gasping, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He sat there, on the cold floorboards, his body shaking, his mind reeling. The ordeal was over, but the terror remained, a chilling reminder of the unseen forces that lurked in the darkness, waiting to claim him again. He remained there for a long time, huddled on the floor, the cold seeping into his bones, a physical manifestation of the lingering fear. His mind replayed the events of the night, the crushing weight, the spectral presence, the chilling touch. He tried to rationalize, to dismiss it as a vivid nightmare, a trick of his mind. But he knew, with a deep certainty, that it was more than that. It had been real. Terrifyingly, horrifyingly real. As the first rays of dawn filtered through his bedroom window, painting the room in a pale, ethereal glow, the man rose to his feet. His body was stiff, his mind still reeling, but the immediate terror had abated, replaced by a profound unease, a chilling sense of vulnerability. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that the old hag had visited him, and that she would return. The darkness between worlds had opened, revealing a glimpse of something profoundly malevolent. He had survived this night, but the haunting residue of the old hag's embrace would linger, a chilling reminder of the unseen forces that stalked the spaces between sleep and wakefulness. He was left with a deep, unsettling awareness of his own fragility, of the precariousness of his existence, and the knowledge that the shadows held secrets he was better off not knowing. The sun rose, but the darkness remained. It lived within him now. The darkness wasn't simply the absence of light, it was a palpable entity, a suffocating pressure that pressed in from all sides. It wasn't merely the darkness of his bedroom, familiar and comforting in its predictability, but a different kind of darkness, a primordial void that seemed to swallow him whole. This darkness was alive, a sentient entity that wrapped around him, a wet, heavy blanket that clung to his skin, stealing his breath, constricting his chest. He felt as though he were drowning, not in water, but in darkness. Each inhale was a desperate struggle, a fight against an unseen force that clogged his airways, pressing down on his lungs, making each breath a laborious, agonizing effort. The pressure wasn't just on his chest, it encompassed his entire being, a crushing weight that pressed him into the mattress, binding him to the bed. He was trapped, submerged in a sea of oppressive darkness, struggling against a tide of unseen horror. His limbs felt leaden, unresponsive, heavy as though filled with molten lead. He tried to move, to thrash, to break free from this suffocating embrace, but his efforts met with absolute failure. His body was a prisoner in its own skin, his will powerless against the overwhelming weight that held him captive. Panic, sharp and cold, clawed at the edges of his consciousness, intensifying the already overwhelming feeling of suffocation. He fought against it, desperately struggling to regain control, to break free from the suffocating grip of the darkness, but the weight only intensified. He tried to scream, to call out for help, but no sound escaped his lips. His vocal cords were paralyzed, his voice trapped within him, a silent scream echoing in the confines of his own mind. He felt the desperate need to breathe, to gasp for air, but each attempt only deepened the feeling of suffocation, the crushing weight on his chest making it impossible to expand his lungs. The darkness seemed to amplify the pressure, twisting it into a terrifying mockery of his desperate struggle. His mind raced, desperately searching for escape routes. He attempted to focus on his breathing, as he had been taught in past encounters with sleep paralysis, to concentrate on the rhythm of his heart, to will his body to respond. He tried to wiggle his toes, to flex his fingers, to perform any small movement that might break the paralysis. But it was all futile. The unseen force that held him captive was stronger, more powerful than his will, more relentless than his desperation. The suffocating darkness wasn't just physical, it was psychological as well. It was a darkness that seeped into his mind, twisting his thoughts, amplifying his fear, creating hallucinations and illusions. He saw shadows move in the periphery of his vision, shifting and swirling like phantoms, their forms vague and indistinct yet undeniably menacing. He heard whispers, faint and indistinct sounds that seemed to come from the darkness itself, barely audible yet chillingly ominous. He felt a cold breath on his neck again, that same spectral chill that transcended the merely physical, the same icy caress that crawled across his skin, leaving a trail of gooseflesh and a pervasive dread. It was a touch that seemed to reach beyond his flesh, probing, exploring, violating the sanctity of his being. This time it was different. There was something more to it, a probing, a searching, a malevolence that was almost tangible. He felt the spectral form shift again, a subtle change in the distribution of pressure, like the weight of an immense, unseen body shifting infinitesimally. The sensation of suffocation increased, becoming more acute, more oppressive. It wasn't just a feeling of weight, it was a feeling of intrusion, a violation of his personal space, a profound sense of being invaded, of his bodily autonomy being violated by a being beyond comprehension. The old hag, he thought again, her presence a suffocating vortex of darkness and dread. Her presence wasn't just a feeling, it was a suffocating, consuming reality. The feeling wasn't just that he was under her influence, but rather that he was consumed by her, absorbed by her essence. It was as though he was losing himself within her, his identity dissolving into her formless mass. The experience transcended simple fear and entered a terrifying realm of disorientation and annihilation. The struggle continued, a silent battle waged in the darkness between life and death. The feeling of suffocation was overwhelming, bordering on physical pain. His lungs burned, his chest ached, and yet he could not breathe. The sensation was not merely a lack of oxygen, but a crushing constriction, a sense of being squeezed from all sides, trapped within an invisible cage. He tried to recall the protective techniques he'd learned, the breathing exercises, the mental shields. He attempted to focus, to pull himself out of the suffocating darkness, but this time, nothing worked. The old hag's presence was too strong, her grip too tight, her influence too pervasive. Time became meaningless. He lost all sense of duration, each moment stretching into an eternity of suffocating darkness and helpless struggle. The struggle became more abstract, less about physical resistance and more about the desperate attempt to maintain consciousness, to cling to the tenuous thread of sanity amidst the encroaching void. The world around him seemed to collapse, reducing itself to the relentless, suffocating pressure that defined his entire existence. Then, as suddenly as it began, the pressure eased. The suffocating weight began to lift, the darkness to recede, replaced by a tentative return of sensation and movement. His toes twitched. His fingers moved. The paralysis lifted, a wave of relief washing over him as he gasped for air, his lungs aching, his body trembling. He tore the covers from his body, throwing them aside as though expelling the last vestige of the nightmarish experience. He tumbled from the bed onto the cold wooden floor, gasping, coughing, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs. His mind was a whirlwind of fear and confusion, the memory of the suffocating darkness and the crushing weight still fresh in his memory. He felt drained, empty, as if some part of him had been taken by the old hag, leaving behind a void filled with a terror too deep, too profound for words to adequately describe. He lay there for a long time, the cold seeping into his very bones, a mirror to the chilling sense of dread that remained long after the physical effects of the attack had passed. The rising sun offered no solace, its light only served to highlight the deep, lingering shadow of the encounter. The old hag's visit had left an indelible mark, a haunting reminder of the unseen forces that prowled the darkness between sleep and wakefulness. He knew, with a chilling certainty, that this was not the last time she would visit. The night held secrets, and she was their keeper. The paralysis had lifted, but the terror hadn't. His eyes, though open, refused to cooperate with the reality of his bedroom. Instead, they were assaulted by a grotesque tapestry woven from the threads of his fear. The familiar walls pulsed with a sickly, internal light, their surfaces rippling like water disturbed by unseen currents. The wooden floorboards beneath him seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting with a sickening rhythm, each movement accompanied by a low groan that resonated deep within his bones. Grotesque faces contorted in the shadows, their features shifting and morphing, a terrifying ballet of malice and despair. One moment, a face would resemble a withered crone, its skin stretched taut over bone, its eyes vacant pits of darkness. The next, it would twist into a snarling beast, its teeth bared in a silent scream, its eyes burning with a hellish fire. These faces were not mere figments of his imagination, they were tangible entities, possessing a disturbing reality that defied his attempts to rationalize them away. They leered at him, their silent screams echoing in the cavernous space of his mind, amplifying his already overwhelming terror. The whispers started subtly, barely audible sounds that brushed against the edges of his hearing. They were like the rustle of dry leaves in a deserted graveyard, or the sibilant hiss of a serpent coiled in the darkness. Gradually, they intensified, growing louder and more distinct, coalescing into a cacophony of voices that filled his ears, each voice a venomous barb piercing his sanity. They spoke in a language he didn't understand, yet somehow, he knew what they were saying. They spoke of his impending doom, of his utter helplessness, of the inevitable destruction that awaited him. The whispers morphed into screams, high-pitched and piercing, echoing through the distorted space of his room. The screams were not human, they possessed an inhuman quality, a guttural rasp that suggested the suffering of something ancient and malevolent. The sounds were everywhere and nowhere, emanating from the walls, the floor, even from within his own body. He felt them vibrate in his bones, a discordant symphony of pain and terror that threatened to shatter his mind. The air itself seemed to thicken, growing heavy and oppressive, as if he were drowning in a sea of viscous, suffocating dread. His lungs burned, his chest ached, each breath a laborious struggle. He felt the familiar pressure on his chest, the weight of the old hag, but this time it was different. It was more invasive, more personal, as if she were not merely pressing down on him but squeezing the very life from his body. His senses were overwhelmed, assaulted by a bombardment of hallucinations and illusions. The room itself transformed around him, becoming a twisted, distorted mockery of its former self. The furniture shifted and rearranged itself, defying the laws of physics, objects floating and spinning in a grotesque parody of reality. The familiar comfort of his bedroom was replaced by a labyrinthine nightmare, a chaotic landscape where shadows writhed and danced, their forms shifting and morphing into nightmarish creations. He saw things that shouldn't exist, monstrous hybrids of familiar objects, shadows that took on the form of grotesque creatures, and furniture morphing into pulsating, organic entities. The bed itself seemed to writhe and twist beneath him, its familiar comfort turned into a living horror, a pulsing, organic mass that threatened to consume him. The dresser became a towering, skeletal figure, its drawers gaping maws filled with an unfathomable darkness. The walls pulsed, their patterns shifting and reforming into nightmarish landscapes, their colors shifting from drab to vibrant and back again. The sensations were equally unreal. He felt phantom touches, icy fingers tracing the contours of his skin, sending shivers down his spine that transcended mere cold. He felt the phantom weight of unseen bodies pressing against him, their presence a suffocating reality. He felt a burning sensation spreading through his body, as if he were slowly being consumed from the inside out. His skin crawled with 1,000 unseen things, each touch a spark of electric terror. The experience transcended the purely visual and auditory. It was a total assault on his senses, a complete immersion in a realm of terrifying unreality. He smelled the scent of decaying flesh, the metallic tang of blood, the acrid stench of sulfur. He tasted ashes in his mouth, the bitter metallic taste of dread. He felt the crushing weight of the unseen, the suffocating pressure of unimaginable horror, the raw, primal fear of annihilation. His mind struggled to maintain its grasp on reality, fighting against the tide of encroaching madness. He tried to focus on something real, something tangible, anything to ground himself in the face of this unreality. He concentrated on the texture of his sheets, the coolness of the floorboards, the rough wood of his bedside table, attempting to anchor himself in the physical world, to resist the pull of the hallucinatory visions. But the hallucinations persisted, relentlessly battering his sanity. They amplified his fear, feeding on his terror, turning his own mind against him. He struggled to maintain consciousness, to resist the growing pull of the abyss, the relentless assault of the old hag's malice. His mind reeled, his thoughts scattered and fragmented, his sense of self crumbling under the weight of the nightmarish visions. He fought against the encroaching darkness, attempting to regain control of his senses, to break free from the grip of the hallucinatory visions. He focused on his breathing, as he had done before, trying to anchor himself in the rhythmic regularity of his body, hoping to ride out the storm of terror that threatened to engulf him. Gradually, the intensity of the hallucinations began to wane. The grotesque faces faded, the whispers subsided, the screams diminished. The distorted shapes of the room began to normalize, the furniture slowly returning to its proper place. The oppressive weight on his chest lessened, the suffocating pressure receding like a receding tide. The hallucinations did not vanish completely. They flickered at the edge of his vision, like dying embers, brief flashes of grotesque images that hinted at the terrifying reality he had just escaped. But they were less potent now, less frightening. He lay there, trembling, his heart pounding, the sweat cold on his skin. His mind was a wreck, the lingering echoes of the hallucinatory vision still haunting him. The world around him felt brittle, fragile, as though it could shatter at any moment, returning him to the terrifying realm he had just left behind. He knew, with a sickening certainty, that this was not the end. The old hag's embrace was not a one-time event, a mere nightmare to be forgotten. It was a prelude, a warning, a harbinger of greater terrors to come. The darkness between sleep and wakefulness held a deeper malice, a more profound evil, and he was now irrevocably entangled in its sinister web. The night held secrets, and the old hag was their keeper, waiting for her next opportunity to unleash her reign of terror. He closed his eyes, dreading the coming darkness, knowing that the respite was only temporary, a brief reprieve before the next horrifying encounter. The fear, cold and sharp, burrowed deep into his soul, a chilling reminder of the unseen horrors that lurked in the shadows, waiting for him to fall asleep again. The lingering scent of decay clung to the air, a phantom smell that mirrored the phantom touches still prickling his skin. He tried to sit up, to shake off the remnants of the terror, but his body felt leaden, unresponsive. The paralysis hadn't completely released its grip. It clung to him like a shroud, a suffocating reminder of the nightmarish encounter. His heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of the room. Each breath was a struggle, his lungs burning with a desperate need for air that he couldn't quite satisfy. The sweat was cold, clinging to his skin like a second layer of skin. He felt clammy, chilled to the bone despite the warmth of his blankets. A tremor ran through him, a spasm of fear that had nothing to do with the physical cold and everything to do with the lingering horror of what he had experienced. He was adrift in a sea of exhaustion, his mind reeling, his body unresponsive. The room, once a familiar sanctuary, now felt alien, hostile. The shadows seemed deeper, the silence more profound, more ominous. Every creak of the house, every whisper of the wind outside, sent a jolt of fear through him. He listened, his ears straining for any sound that might signal another intrusion, another assault from the unseen world. He tried to rationalize the experience, to dismiss it as a particularly vivid nightmare, a product of an overactive imagination fueled by late-night horror films. But the memory was too visceral, too real. The sensations, the sounds, the smells, they were imprinted on his senses, seared into his memory with an intensity that defied explanation. He knew, deep down, that what he had experienced was far more than just a dream. The hours crawled by, each minute an eternity. He lay there, trapped between sleep and wakefulness, paralyzed by fear and exhaustion. The memory of the old hag's presence, her suffocating weight, her malevolent gaze, continued to haunt him. He could still feel her spectral fingers tracing the contours of his body, sending shivers down his spine despite the lingering warmth of the paralysis. He closed his eyes, hoping to find some respite in sleep, but the images continued to flicker behind his eyelids. He saw the grotesque faces, their features shifting and morphing, a terrifying ballet of malice and despair. He heard the whispers, the screams, the cacophony of inhuman voices that had filled his ears during his ordeal. He smelled the stench of decay, tasted the ashes in his mouth. He felt the pressure on his chest, the phantom weight, the icy touch. Sleep offered no escape, it only amplified the terror. As the night wore on, the fear intensified, becoming a physical presence, a palpable force that pressed down on him, crushing him beneath its weight. His heart pounded in his chest, a frantic, desperate rhythm. His breath came in short, shallow gasps, his lungs burning with each labored inhalation. The paralysis deepened, its grip tightening, making him feel more trapped, more helpless than before. The exhaustion was profound, a bone-deep weariness that settled into his very being. His mind felt foggy, his thoughts sluggish, his ability to concentrate diminished. He struggled to maintain his grip on reality, to keep the encroaching darkness at bay. But the fear was relentless, an insidious force that gnawed at his sanity, threatening to drag him into the abyss. He considered getting out of bed, seeking the comfort and security of the familiar world outside his bedroom, but the thought filled him with dread. The darkness outside his room felt more menacing, more pregnant with unseen horrors than ever before. He was afraid to move, afraid to break the stillness that had, paradoxically, become his only defense against the onslaught of terror. Staying in bed, in the familiar confines of his room, however horrifying its transformation had become, felt safer, somehow. Dawn finally arrived, painting the sky with soft hues of pink and orange, but the light offered little comfort. The lingering effects of the night's ordeal were too profound, too pervasive to be easily dispelled by the mere appearance of sunlight. The fear remained, a cold, sharp presence that burrowed deep into his soul. The exhaustion was overwhelming, the mental and emotional toll of his encounter with the old hag far more exhausting than any physical exertion could ever be. He lay there, drained, depleted, feeling as though his very life force had been leached away during his ordeal. His body ached, not from physical strain, but from the unseen, intangible pressures that had held him captive through the night. His mind felt scrambled, fragmented, unable to process the sheer horror of his experiences. He eventually managed to sit up, his movements slow and deliberate, his body stiff and unresponsive. He looked around the room, attempting to ground himself in the reality of his surroundings. The furniture was in its proper place, the walls no longer pulsed with an internal light, the shadows no longer contorted into grotesque faces. The room was, once more, his familiar and safe sanctuary. But the sense of safety was fragile, fleeting, overshadowed by the persistent fear, the unsettling memory of the night's ordeal. He knew that this was not the end, that the old hag's embrace was not a singular event, a brief and isolated experience, but rather a prelude to something far more sinister. The darkness that lurked between sleep and wakefulness was now a constant presence, a lurking menace that threatened to consume him at any moment. He knew, with a cold certainty, that the night would come again, and with it, the old hag would return. The dread was a heavy cloak, enveloping him, clinging to him, making him tremble even under the pale light of the approaching day. The grip of the night had left its mark. A profound, visceral mark of terror that clung to him, and he knew it wouldn't be easy to escape its grasp. The lingering fear promised more sleepless nights, more encounters with the unseen horrors that lurked in the darkness, feeding on his nightmares and his very soul. He was trapped in a terrifying cycle, and he knew that his struggle for survival had only just begun. The sun was up, but the night was far from over. The world swam back into focus, a blurry watercolor painting resolving itself into the familiar, if somewhat disorienting, reality of his bedroom. He was on the floor, sprawled amongst the crumpled sheets, his lungs burning, his heart a frantic drum against his ribs. The paralysis had broken, not with a sudden snap, but a slow, agonizing release, leaving him weak and trembling. He lay there for a long time, unable to move, his breath ragged and shallow, the taste of ashes still lingering in his mouth. The memory of the old hag was a searing brand on his consciousness. Her weight, the suffocating pressure on his chest, the chilling touch of her spectral fingers, these sensations were not merely echoes of a dream, they were physical, visceral realities that continued to torment him even in the wake of his release. Her face, a grotesque parody of human features, twisted in a rictus of malevolent glee, remained imprinted on the back of his eyelids, even when he forced them open. He saw it in the shifting patterns of the floorboards, and the cracks in the plaster walls, and the dancing shadows cast by the pale morning light. He finally managed to push himself up, his limbs heavy, his muscles protesting with a chorus of aches and cramps. He stumbled to his feet, his legs weak and unsteady beneath him. The room spun slightly, the familiar surroundings tilting and swaying, as if the world itself had been shaken by the terror he had endured. He clung to the edge of his bed, gasping for air, his body still racked with tremors. The sun, a pale disk in the eastern sky, cast long shadows across the room, transforming the familiar objects into distorted, menacing shapes. Even in the light of day, the oppressive atmosphere lingered, a palpable sense of dread that clung to the air like a shroud. He felt vulnerable, exposed, as if the veil between worlds had thinned, and the horrors that dwelt on the other side were poised to strike again. Days bled into each other, each one mirroring the next in a monotonous cycle of fear and exhaustion. Sleep offered no refuge, only a return to the suffocating embrace of the old hag, her chilling touch, her malevolent gaze. His nights were filled with a cacophony of screams, whispers, and grotesque visions that clawed at his sanity. He awoke each morning feeling more drained, more depleted than he had the night before. His body was a vessel of exhaustion, his mind a battleground for conflicting emotions, terror, guilt, despair, and a chilling sense of foreboding. He tried to tell others about his experiences, but his words seemed inadequate, his attempts at explanation falling flat in the face of their skepticism. They attributed his behavior to stress, to overwork, to a bad dream. He tried to rationalize it himself, to dismiss it as a product of his imagination, but the intensity of his experiences, the visceral reality of his encounters, defied such simplistic explanations. The old hag's presence had etched itself into his very being. It was not something he could simply ignore or forget. The fear was always there, a lurking presence that followed him throughout his waking hours. Every shadow seemed to writhe with menace, every creak of the house was a potential harbinger of another encounter. He avoided darkness, preferring the cold, pale light of day, but even then, the fear lingered, a cold, damp hand resting on his shoulder, a constant reminder of the lurking horror. He attempted to find solace in routine and the familiar tasks of his daily life. But the mundane world felt strangely alien, distant, as if he were viewing it through a veil of fear and uncertainty. He found himself starting at reflections, convinced that he was seeing the old hag's face staring back at him. He flinched at sudden movements, at unexpected sounds, his nerves frayed and raw. He started to lose track of time, days merging into one another in a blurred haze of fear and exhaustion. His appetite vanished, replaced by a constant feeling of nausea and dread. His sleep, already disturbed, grew even more erratic and fragmented, his dreams a relentless barrage of nightmarish images and terrifying sensations. The world felt different, somehow off-kilter, as if the very fabric of reality had been distorted by the old hag's presence. The weight of his experiences began to manifest in physical ways. He lost weight, his eyes grew dark and shadowed, his face gaunt and drawn. He moved with a hesitant stiffness, his body perpetually tense, as if preparing for another assault. He became withdrawn, avoiding social interaction, his conversations halting and punctuated by fits of nervous silence. His friends and family grew concerned, their worried looks only adding to his growing sense of isolation and despair. One evening, as dusk settled, casting long shadows across his apartment, he found himself staring out of his window at the slowly darkening street. The fear was overwhelming, a physical pressure on his chest, a cold hand gripping his heart. He felt the familiar stifling sensation, the paralysis creeping back. He knew, with a cold certainty, that the old hag was returning. The whispers began again, faint at first, but growing in intensity, a maddening cacophony that echoed in his ears, drawing him back into the abyss of fear and darkness. He fought against the encroaching paralysis, the struggle leaving him breathless and trembling. He could feel her weight pressing down upon him, her spectral fingers tracing the contours of his body, her icy breath upon his face. He screamed, a silent, desperate scream trapped within his paralyzed body. The room spun, the shadows twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes. He was drowning in terror, engulfed by darkness, and once more at the mercy of the old hag's malevolent embrace. The struggle was ongoing, a relentless fight for survival against a terror that lived within the shadows, within the deepest recesses of his own mind. The night held him captive, and the day brought only a fleeting respite from the suffocating grip of fear that had become his constant companion. The fight for sanity, for survival, had only just begun. Story 3, Whispers from the Void. The darkness pressed in, a suffocating blanket woven from the threads of fear and stillness. Sarah awoke, or perhaps she didn't truly awake, to a sensation so profound it transcended the simple absence of sleep. It was a knowing, a visceral awareness of something unseen, something malevolent, watching her from the shadows nestled in the corners of her bedroom. The familiar weight of sleep paralysis settled upon her, a leaden cloak binding her limbs, silencing her scream before it could even form in her throat. She was conscious, terrifyingly so, trapped within the confines of her own body, a helpless observer in a silent horror show. The air itself seemed to thicken, heavy with an unseen presence, a suffocating weight pressing down on her chest, making each shallow breath a struggle. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the initial numbness. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the oppressive silence. She strained, desperate to move, to scream, to break free from the invisible bonds that held her captive. But her body remained stubbornly unresponsive, a useless husk, while her mind raced, conjuring terrifying images and scenarios. The darkness pulsed, not with movement, but with a malevolent energy, a tangible sense of malice that seemed to emanate from the very walls of her room. It felt less like darkness and more like a sentient entity, a lurking presence that hummed with a low, ominous vibration. She could feel its gaze, a cold, predatory stare that bored into her, stripping away the last vestiges of her composure. Her breath hitched. She tried to call out, to summon help, but her voice was trapped, a choked whisper lost within the suffocating stillness. Fear, raw and primal, clawed its way up her throat, a rising tide of terror threatening to drown her. She strained against the invisible weight, her muscles quivering with the effort, but it was as if she were trying to wrestle against a mountain. The room shifted, subtly at first, then more aggressively, the familiar furniture warping and distorting under the pressure of her fear. The shadows stretched and writhed, taking on grotesque shapes, twisting into monstrous parodies of everyday objects. The wardrobe became a hulking figure, its darkened form seeming to advance on her, its silence more terrifying than any scream. The silence itself became an active participant in her torment. It wasn't the peaceful silence of a still night. This was a living silence, pregnant with menace, punctuated only by the frantic drumming of her own heart and the ragged rasp of her strained breathing. It was a silence that amplified her fear, making her feel even more isolated, more vulnerable, more exposed. The sensation of being watched intensified, growing into something almost physical. It wasn't just a gaze, but a presence, a heavy, oppressive weight that seemed to settle upon her, constricting her chest, stealing her breath. It felt as though something, or someone, was hovering over her, its form hidden in the darkness, its intent as chilling as the icy grip of death. Then, a whisper. Faint at first, almost imperceptible, a breath of air on her skin. Then, it grew stronger, more insistent, a chorus of sibilant whispers that seemed to weave themselves into the fabric of the silence. The words were unintelligible, a cacophony of sounds that nonetheless conveyed a clear message, malevolence, dread, and a profound sense of impending doom. The whispers were laced with an almost musical quality, a chilling melody that seemed to seep into her bones, vibrating in her very marrow. They danced around her, a spectral choir that sang of forgotten horrors, of things that lurked beyond the veil of reality, things best left undisturbed. The whispers twisted and turned, mocking her fear, feeding off her terror. She tried to focus, to find some rational explanation for what she was experiencing. Sleep paralysis, she told herself. A bad dream. But the visceral reality of her experience defied such simple explanations. This was something more, something ancient and malevolent, a horror that tapped into primal fears that lay dormant deep within the human psyche. The feeling of being watched continued, growing more intense with each passing moment. She could almost feel a breath on the back of her neck, the subtle brush of something cold and ethereal against her skin. The shadows pulsed again, their movements mirroring the rhythm of the whispering voices, mocking her helpless struggle against this unseen adversary. Time became meaningless. Moments stretched into eternities, while seconds felt like hours. She was lost in a limbo between sleep and wakefulness, a purgatory where her terror was both her prison and her tormentor. She struggled, desperately trying to break free, to reclaim control of her own body, but the invisible bonds held fast. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the paralysis released. It wasn't a dramatic break, but a gradual fading, a slow unwinding of the invisible chains that had bound her. She gasped, sucking in great gulps of air, her chest heaving. Her limbs were weak, leaden, trembling with the residual terror. She rolled onto her side, her body still shaking, her heart pounding a relentless rhythm against her ribs. She stared at the darkness, her eyes wide with fear, searching for some trace of the unseen presence, the source of her torment. But the room was still, silent, ordinary. Yet, the terror remained, a cold, damp hand gripping her heart, a haunting reminder of what she had just experienced. The lingering sensation of being watched persisted, a heavy, uncomfortable feeling that clung to her like a shroud. Every shadow seemed to writhe with unseen movement, every creak of the house was amplified 1,000-fold, morphing into potential threats, into foreshadowings of another terrifying encounter. The whispers, though gone, echoed in the back of her mind, a chilling counterpoint to the silence that had returned. She was left with a stark, chilling realization. She hadn't simply experienced sleep paralysis, she had encountered something far more sinister, something that had reached out from the shadows and touched her with its cold, malevolent presence. The night had been a battle, a fight for her sanity and survival, and though she had survived the immediate terror, the invisible scars of the encounter remained. The unseen presence had left its mark, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked beyond the boundaries of sleep, always watching, always waiting. And the fear, deep and profound, remained, a constant companion in the waking hours, promising to return with the coming night. The struggle had ended, but the war was far from over. The silence pressed down, a physical weight on her chest, amplifying the frantic hammering of her heart. It wasn't the comforting silence of a peaceful night. This was a suffocating, oppressive silence, a living entity that seemed to feed on her terror. She tried to scream, a primal urge bubbling up from deep within, but her vocal cords remained stubbornly unresponsive. Only a silent gasp escaped her lips, a pathetic counterpoint to the suffocating stillness. The darkness in the room felt different now, less like the absence of light and more like a sentient being, a malevolent presence that seemed to writhe and pulse with a life of its own. Panic, raw and visceral, threatened to overwhelm her. She thrashed, her muscles straining against the invisible bonds that held her captive, but her body remained stubbornly immobile, a useless shell encasing a terrified mind. The feeling of paralysis intensified, a leaden weight pinning her to the bed, suffocating her with its sheer immobility. She was conscious, horrifyingly so, yet utterly powerless, a helpless observer in a terrifying play of her own making. Her eyes darted around the room, desperately searching for a source for her terror, a rational explanation for this nightmarish experience. But the room remained unchanged, the familiar furniture offering no solace, no comfort. The wardrobe stood stolid and dark, the dresser remained impassive, the mirror reflected nothing but the stark white of her fear-stricken face. Yet, the feeling of dread, of being watched, persisted, growing stronger with each passing second. It wasn't simply a feeling, but a tangible presence, a cold breath on the back of her neck, the subtle brush of something unseen against her skin. She felt it hovering above her, its form obscured by the darkness, its intent as chilling as the icy grip of death. The air itself vibrated with an almost palpable sense of malice, a low, humming energy that resonated deep within her bones, setting her teeth on edge. She attempted to focus on something tangible, to anchor herself in reality. The texture of the bedsheets beneath her, the faint scent of lavender from her pillow, the distant ticking of a clock, each detail only served to intensify her isolation, to underscore the stark contrast between the normalcy of her surroundings and the terrifying reality of her predicament. The darkness seemed to shift and writhe, the shadows in the corners of her room morphing into grotesque shapes, twisting and contorting into monstrous parodies of familiar objects. Her imagination, fueled by fear, ran wild, turning shadows into menacing figures, transforming the mundane into the terrifying. The very fabric of reality seemed to be unraveling, the lines between dream and wakefulness blurring into a terrifying, indistinguishable mass. The silence, once again, became a weapon, a living entity that amplified her fear, making the throbbing of her heart echo in the stillness, making each ragged breath a desperate act of defiance. It was a silence that held a myriad of unheard whispers, a chorus of unseen voices that seemed to hum on the precipice of audibility. Then, a sound. Not a whisper, not a groan, but a low, guttural moan that seemed to emanate from the very walls of her room, a sound so deep and resonant it seemed to vibrate her very soul. It was a sound that spoke of ancient evils, of forgotten horrors that slumbered in the deepest recesses of the human unconscious, a sound that chilled her to the very marrow. The feeling of being watched intensified, transforming into something almost physical. It was no longer just a gaze, but a tangible presence that pressed down upon her, smothering her with its weight. It felt as though an unseen entity were sitting on her chest, its spectral form a crushing burden that made each breath a monumental effort. She struggled, desperately trying to move, to scream, to break free from the suffocating grip of fear and paralysis, but her body remained immobile. Her mind raced, conjuring images of grotesque creatures, shadowy figures, and malevolent entities straight from the darkest corners of folklore and myth. The old hag, a creature from her childhood nightmares, seemed to loom in the periphery of her vision, its presence a heavy, suffocating blanket that stifled her already struggling breath. Time became meaningless, lost in the labyrinth of terror and paralysis. Each second felt like an eternity, each heartbeat a painful reminder of her helplessness. She was trapped in a purgatory of fear, a liminal space between consciousness and unconsciousness, between reality and nightmare. Then, just as abruptly as it had begun, the pressure lifted. The paralysis eased, the oppressive weight on her chest vanished. She gasped for air, her lungs burning, her heart pounding like a frantic drum. She rolled onto her side, her body trembling, her limbs weak and leaden. She looked around the room, her eyes wide with lingering fear, searching for the source of her torment, for any trace of the unseen presence that had held her captive. But the room was silent, still, ordinary. The darkness held no monstrous shapes, the shadows offered no lurking figures. Everything was as it should be, yet the lingering terror refused to abate. The memory of the unseen presence, the weight of its gaze, the chilling moan, remained imprinted on her mind, a brand of fear that would not easily fade. The silence now felt different, devoid of its suffocating weight, yet still pregnant with a chilling unease. Each sound amplified, each creak of the house a potential threat, each shadow a potential hiding place for the unseen entity that had just visited her. The lingering feeling of being watched was almost palpable, a chilling reminder of the vulnerability of her existence, the tenuous boundary between the mundane and the truly terrifying. She lay there for a long time, breathing heavily, her mind struggling to process the events of the night. Sleep paralysis, she told herself, trying to find a rational explanation for her ordeal. Yet, the stark reality of her experience defied such simple dismissals. This was something far more sinister, something that tapped into the deepest recesses of human fear, something that hinted at a reality far beyond the confines of her own understanding. As dawn broke, casting a pale light into her room, the terror gradually subsided, but the chilling unease remained. The experience left an indelible mark on her, a haunting reminder of the things that lurked beyond the boundaries of her sleep, of the unseen forces that could reach out and touch her in the darkness. She was left with a profound sense of vulnerability, a chilling awareness of how thin the veil between worlds truly was. The night had been a battle, a struggle for her sanity and survival, and though she had emerged victorious, the scars of the encounter would remain, lingering in the shadows of her mind, forever altering her perception of the world around her. And the fear, that deep, abiding fear, remained a constant companion in her waking hours, a stark reminder that some horrors were beyond comprehension, beyond explanation, and yet undeniably real. The whispers from the void, though silent now, echoed in the silence of her heart, a testament to the darkness that forever lurked just beyond the edge of sleep. The whispers, once a subtle hum at the edge of hearing, intensified, coalescing into a cacophony of guttural moans and sibilant hisses. They seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once, weaving through the very fabric of the room, clinging to the darkness like clinging vines. Her heart pounded against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the insidious rhythm of the whispers. The air itself felt thick, heavy with a malevolent energy that pressed down upon her, suffocating her with its weight. Then, the hallucinations began. At first, they were subtle, a flicker at the edge of her vision, a distortion of the familiar shapes in her room. The wardrobe, usually a comforting presence, now seemed to writhe and twist, its dark form shifting and changing like melting wax. The dresser, its drawers neatly aligned, appeared to pulse with an internal light, its surface shimmering with an unsettling luminescence. The shadows in the corners of the room, usually innocuous, now danced and writhed, stretching and contorting into grotesque parodies of human forms. A distorted shape materialized at the edge of her vision, a formless mass of darkness that pulsed and shifted, its edges indistinct and blurry. It resembled nothing she had ever seen before, yet it triggered a deep-seated primal fear, a sense of ancient dread that burrowed into her very soul. The shape grew larger, its darkness seeping into the room, spreading like a stain across the walls. It seemed to emanate a cold, oppressive energy, a palpable sense of malice that chilled her to the bone. The shape began to change, its formless mass resolving itself into a grotesque parody of a human face. The features were twisted and distorted, the eyes glowing with an unholy light, the mouth contorted into a silent scream. The face pulsed with a malevolent energy, its expression one of pure, unadulterated hatred. It hung suspended in the air, inches from her face, its chilling gaze locking onto hers, its presence suffocating and terrifying. She tried to scream, but the familiar paralysis held her captive, her body unresponsive, her voice trapped within her throat. The face faded, dissolving back into the formless darkness from which it had emerged, but its chilling presence lingered, the memory of its malevolent gaze imprinted upon her mind. More shapes began to materialize, twisting and contorting at the edges of her vision, a kaleidoscope of nightmarish images. She saw faces in the darkness, their expressions twisted in malice, their eyes burning with an infernal light. They seemed to watch her, judging her, waiting for her to succumb to their malevolent influence. The shadows danced, twisting and turning, creating grotesque illusions that played upon her deepest fears. Familiar objects transformed into menacing figures, the furniture in her room morphing into grotesque monsters, their forms shifting and changing like fleeting dreams. The air hummed with a malevolent energy, a low, guttural sound that resonated deep within her bones, setting her teeth on edge. She felt as though she were trapped in a nightmarish painting, her surroundings morphing and twisting into a grotesque mockery of reality. One particularly terrifying image stayed with her, the form of a gaunt, skeletal figure, draped in ragged, tattered clothes, its eyes sunken into its skull, burning with a cold, malevolent light. It floated just beyond her reach, its bony fingers twitching as though reaching for her, its silence more terrifying than any scream. The figure was accompanied by a low, rasping whisper, a guttural sound that spoke of ancient evils and unspeakable horrors. It whispered promises of oblivion, of an escape from the torment of her waking life, a lure as terrifying as it was seductive. The hallucinations became more frequent, more intense, blurring the line between reality and nightmare. She could no longer distinguish between the shadows and the shapes they formed. The mundane objects in her room transformed into instruments of terror, their familiar forms warped and twisted into grotesque parodies of themselves. The whispers persisted, weaving through her mind, twisting her thoughts, and planting seeds of fear and paranoia that rooted themselves deep within her psyche. A chilling realization dawned on her. The hallucinations were not merely external visual distortions, but also deeply intertwined with her own deepest fears and anxieties. Each grotesque vision mirrored a hidden darkness within her, a subconscious terror brought to life by the oppressive weight of the paralysis. The faces in the shadows, the whispers in the darkness, they were all manifestations of her own inner turmoil, her subconscious made manifest. As the hallucinations intensified, the feeling of paralysis returned, the familiar immobility setting in once more. She was trapped once again, a helpless observer in her own nightmarish spectacle, the line between observer and observed completely blurred. The hallucinations weren't simply something she was witnessing, they were actively participating in her torment, feeding off her fear and anxiety, twisting the very fabric of her reality. The room became a shifting landscape of terror, the familiar surroundings morphing into a grotesque, ever-changing nightmare. The walls seemed to breathe, the floor pulsed, and the ceiling swirled, creating a dizzying and terrifying experience. Every object in her room seemed to possess a sentience of its own, each item watching her, judging her, waiting for her to break. The shadows became sentient, writhing and twisting, forming themselves into grotesque parodies of animals and creatures from her deepest, darkest nightmares. Each hallucination felt more real than the last, her fear amplifying the intensity and vividness of the experience. She began to question what was real and what was not, her mind struggling to differentiate between the hallucinations and reality. The line between her inner world and the external environment completely blurred, and she found herself desperately clutching at the slivers of sanity that remained. The terror was not just visual, but also auditory and tactile. The whispers in the darkness intensified, becoming a constant, overwhelming drone that vibrated through her very being. She felt cold, unnatural touches, a sense of something unseen brushing against her skin, something that seemed to writhe and crawl over her flesh. The cold touch of spectral fingers brushed against her face, her arms, sending shivers down her spine. Just as suddenly as they started, the hallucinations ceased. The oppressive weight of the paralysis lifted, and she gasped for air, her lungs burning, her heart pounding. The room seemed to return to its normal state, the furniture regaining its familiar shapes, the shadows receding into the corners. The silence was once again present but was no longer oppressive. It held a nervous, heightened awareness rather than malevolent intent. The lingering terror, however, remained. The memory of the grotesque images, the chilling whispers, the oppressive weight of the paralysis, all imprinted themselves upon her mind, a brand of fear that would not easily fade. The experience left her shaken, her perception of reality irrevocably altered. She was left with the chilling realization that the boundary between her waking life and the realm of dreams was far more fragile than she had ever imagined, and that the horrors lurking within the darkness of her own mind were every bit as real as the world around her. The pressure intensified, a crushing weight that settled deep into her bones, pressing down on her chest, constricting her breath. It wasn't simply the inability to move, it was a feeling of being actively held down, pinned to the bed by an unseen force, a malevolent presence that reveled in her helplessness. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed at her throat, each ragged breath a desperate struggle against the suffocating pressure. She tried to scream, a primal urge bubbling up from deep within her, but her vocal cords remained stubbornly unresponsive. The sound was trapped, a silent scream echoing only within the confines of her own mind, a desperate plea lost in the oppressive silence of the room. Tears welled in her eyes, blurring her vision, but the blurry shapes around her remained terrifyingly clear, their grotesque forms twisting and contorting in the dim light. The whispers, once a background hum, now roared in her ears, a cacophony of guttural voices, chanting a nameless, terrifying litany. They seemed to burrow into her skull, twisting her thoughts, planting seeds of doubt and fear that bloomed into full-blown paranoia. Every shadow seemed to writhe with malevolent intent, every creak of the house a sinister omen. Her mind raced, desperately searching for an escape, a way to break free from this suffocating nightmare. She attempted to flex her fingers, her toes, anything to disrupt the paralysis, but her limbs remained unresponsive, heavy, and leaden. The sensation was unbearable, a torment that pushed her to the very edge of sanity. It was a living nightmare, the paralysis itself becoming a sentient entity, feeding off her fear, reveling in her helplessness. The hallucinations returned, more vivid, more terrifying than before. The shadows in the corners of the room pulsed with an unnatural light, transforming into grotesque figures that leered at her from the darkness. Their features were indistinct, yet undeniably menacing, their expressions conveying an ancient hatred that chilled her to the bone. They seemed to taunt her, their silence more terrifying than any scream. One figure, more grotesque than the rest, coalesced from the swirling shadows. It resembled a twisted parody of a woman, its skin stretched taut over bone, its eyes burning with an unholy light. Long, skeletal fingers, tipped with blackened nails, stretched towards her, reaching for her throat, their touch promising an icy oblivion. The creature was silent, yet its presence emanated a wave of suffocating dread, the very air around it seeming to crackle with malevolent energy. The feeling of being watched intensified. She sensed eyes upon her, multiple pairs, piercing through the darkness, scrutinizing her every move, or rather, her lack thereof. It was a feeling of utter vulnerability, of being completely exposed and utterly defenseless against these unseen entities. The weight on her chest intensified, as if the unseen creatures were actively pressing down, enjoying her helplessness. Her struggle became more desperate, fueled by primal instinct. She strained every muscle, pushing against the invisible barrier that held her captive. Each attempt brought a wave of excruciating pain, a burning sensation that shot through her limbs, a testament to the sheer force holding her down. But she refused to surrender. The thought of succumbing to the paralysis, of becoming a prisoner of this nightmarish state, fueled her resistance. Time became meaningless. Each moment stretched into an eternity, each second an agonizing test of endurance. The hallucinations continued, a relentless assault on her senses, pushing her to the very brink of madness. She fought back with her will, her mind a fortress under siege, but the unseen forces were relentless, their assault never ceasing. Then, a flicker of movement. A tiny twitch in her finger, almost imperceptible, yet a sign of hope in the vast darkness. She focused on it, concentrating all her energy, all her will, on that tiny movement. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the paralysis began to recede, the weight on her chest easing, the pressure diminishing. The feeling was surreal, like emerging from a deep, dark abyss. She gasped for air, her lungs burning, her body trembling. The hallucinations faded, the grotesque figures dissolving into the shadows, the whispers receding into a distant hum. The room returned to its normal state, the furniture regaining its familiar shapes, the shadows retreating into the corners. She was free, but the experience had left its mark. The memory of the paralysis, the hallucinations, the chilling whispers, remained, a vivid scar on her psyche. The fear was still present, but it was mingled with a strange sense of triumph, a sense of having survived a battle against unseen forces. She knew she would never forget this night, this terrifying journey to the edge of sanity, and back. The experience had irrevocably altered her perception of reality, the line between dreams and waking life permanently blurred. And in the quiet aftermath, as dawn painted the sky outside her window, a new, deeper fear took root, the fear that it might happen again. The fear of the next whisper from the void. The world swam back into focus, blurry at first, then slowly sharpening into the familiar contours of her bedroom. Dust motes danced in the pale light filtering through the gap in her curtains, a mundane detail that felt profoundly alien after the horrors she had just endured. Her body trembled, a violent shudder racking her frame as she struggled to catch her breath, each gasp a ragged, desperate attempt to fill her lungs with air. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat that echoed the terrifying rhythm of the unseen forces that had held her captive. She lay there, immobile for long moments, the lingering paralysis clinging to her like a shroud. The muscles in her limbs felt heavy, leaden, unresponsive. The memory of the crushing weight, the suffocating pressure, was seared into her consciousness, a visceral imprint that threatened to overwhelm her. She could still feel the phantom touch of the grotesque figure, the icy fingers grazing her throat, the silent scream trapped within her mind. Slowly, painstakingly, she moved her fingers, then her hands, then her arms, each movement a testament to her resilience, a victory hard won in the face of unimaginable terror. Her legs, too, responded eventually, though stiff and aching, as if they had been unused for eons. She sat up, her head swimming, the room still spinning slightly, the residual effects of the ordeal clinging to her like a suffocating fog. The fear, however, remained. It didn't abate with the fading paralysis. Instead, it morphed into something deeper, something more insidious. It was a chilling awareness, a dreadful certainty that she had glimpsed something beyond the veil of reality, something ancient and malevolent that resided in the shadows between worlds. The whispers, though silent now, continued to echo in the chambers of her mind, a relentless, haunting reminder of her brush with the abyss. She swung her legs over the side of the bed, the cold with a stark contrast to the burning sensation that still lingered in her limbs. Her eyes, wide and unfocused, darted around the room, scanning every corner, every shadow, searching for any trace of the horrifying visions that had tormented her. The shadows, now innocuous and ordinary, still held a lingering hint of the grotesque forms they had briefly assumed, a testament to the malleability of fear and the power of the human mind to conjure up horrors from the deepest recesses of its imagination. The lingering sense of being watched persisted. It wasn't a physical sensation, but a psychic one, a feeling of utter vulnerability, of being exposed to unseen eyes that peered into her very soul. She felt a deep, unshakable unease, a dread that went beyond simple fear and tapped into a primal, atavistic instinct for self-preservation. The feeling was unsettling, a constant reminder that the line between worlds was thinner than she had ever imagined, a fragile membrane easily pierced by unseen forces. She got up, her legs unsteady, her movements hesitant, as if she were afraid to disturb the fragile peace that had settled over the room. She walked to the window, pulling back the curtains to reveal the pale light of dawn breaking over the horizon. The sight should have been comforting, a promise of a new day, a return to normalcy. Instead, it only served to highlight the stark contrast between the mundane reality of her waking life and the nightmarish terrors she had just escaped. The room, in the cold light of dawn, seemed smaller, more confining. The familiar objects, her desk, her chair, her books, seemed strangely alien, their shapes warped by the lingering effects of her hallucination. She felt like an intruder in her own home, a stranger in a familiar landscape. The walls seemed to close in on her, the silence oppressive, the air thick with a lingering sense of dread. Days turned into weeks, and the immediate terror began to fade, replaced by a persistent unease, a constant low-level anxiety that lurked beneath the surface of her consciousness. Sleep became a dreaded necessity, a nightly plunge into the unknown, a journey back to that dark precipice between worlds. The fear wasn't of falling asleep, it was a fear of what she might encounter when she closed her eyes, a fear that the whispers from the void would return to claim her again. She tried to rationalize her experience, to dismiss it as a vivid nightmare, a product of stress or sleep deprivation. But the memory of the paralysis, the horrifying clarity of the hallucinations, the chilling intensity of the whispers, was too real, too visceral to be easily dismissed. She knew that what she had experienced was far more than a dream. It was a chilling encounter with something beyond the boundaries of human comprehension. Something ancient, something powerful, something malevolent that existed in the liminal space between worlds. The world, once a safe and familiar place, now seemed charged with an unseen energy, a subtle shift in perspective that irrevocably altered her perception of reality. The mundane world, the rustling leaves, the creaking of floorboards, the shadows stretching across her walls, now held a subtle undercurrent of menace, a constant reminder of the lurking unseen. Every shadow held a potential threat, every whisper a potential harbinger of the nightmarish terror she had endured. She sought solace in the familiar, clinging to the comforting routines of daily life as a shield against the encroaching darkness. But the memory of the night lingered, casting a long shadow over her life, blurring the lines between dreams and waking reality. Even in broad daylight, she felt the phantom pressure on her chest, the unsettling sensation of being watched, the silent, terrifying whispers echoing in the back of her mind. Her dreams, once vivid but harmless, became a source of constant anxiety. She dreamt frequently of the grotesque figure, its skeletal fingers reaching for her, its eyes burning with an unholy light. The whispers from the void permeated her dreams, a constant, insidious reminder of the terrors she had faced. She awoke each morning exhausted, drained, her mind haunted by the night's horrific journey, her soul scarred by her harrowing encounter. She found herself avoiding darkness, clinging to the light as if it were a physical shield against the lurking terrors. Even in the company of others, she felt a profound sense of isolation, a feeling that she was alone in her experience, alone in her terrifying knowledge of what lurked in the darkness between worlds. The world had shifted, the familiarity was gone, replaced by a pervasive sense of dread and the chilling certainty that the whispers from the void were always there, waiting for the opportune moment to return. The lines between reality and the nightmares had blurred into a disquieting haze, a haunting reminder of her journey to the edge of sanity and her uncertain future. The fear, once a sharp, pointed terror, had become a dull, gnawing ache, a constant companion that followed her everywhere, reminding her of the unseen, the unheard, and the things that lie just beyond the veil of human perception. The world, once a comforting refuge, was now a place of constant trepidation, a stage for a silent, ever-present drama of unseen horrors. And in the quiet moments, when the world was still, the whispers returned, faint at first, then growing stronger, a constant, chilling prelude to the next terrifying descent into the void. Story 4, Shadow People. The cheap, threadbare mattress creaked under Mark's weight, a sound that usually irritated him but tonight felt strangely comforting. He'd scoffed at his roommate, Liam, when Liam had described his own experiences with sleep paralysis, dismissing it as vivid dreaming, stress, or a simple lack of sleep. Mark, a self-proclaimed rationalist and a budding physics major, had always preferred the concrete world to the ethereal realms of the subconscious. Tonight, however, the concrete world felt alarmingly fragile. He'd been drifting off, the last vestiges of a late-night study session fading from his mind, when the familiar pressure settled on his chest. It wasn't the weight of a blanket, or the subtle pressure of a dream, but something different. Something far heavier, a suffocating blanket of inertia that pinned him to the mattress. He tried to move, to scream, to even blink, but his body refused to respond. The familiar panic of sleep paralysis clawed at his consciousness, a cold dread seizing him in its icy grip. Then he saw them. At first, it was just a flicker at the edge of his vision, a shifting shadow in the periphery that he initially dismissed as a trick of the light. But the shadow grew, coalescing into a shape that defied definition, a vaguely humanoid form that stretched and contorted, its edges constantly blurring and reforming. It was tall and gaunt, impossibly thin, like a wraith made of shadows, its features indistinct and yet somehow menacing. Fear, raw and primal, ripped through Mark's carefully constructed skepticism. This wasn't a dream, this was something else entirely. The feeling of being watched, a sensation he'd previously dismissed as psychological, intensified tenfold. It was as though the shadowy figure, or figures, for he now saw another, and then another, at the edge of his perception, were not simply observing him, but actively probing his mind, his very essence. Their forms shifted and writhed, never remaining stable for more than a fleeting instant. They seemed to be composed of smoke and darkness, their outlines constantly dissolving and reforming, making it impossible to accurately gauge their size or their true shape. Sometimes they appeared as tall, slender figures, other times they seemed to compress and expand, their features flickering between human and something utterly alien, something beyond human comprehension. One of them seemed to reach out, a long, insubstantial arm stretching towards him, its fingers dissolving and reforming as it moved, like water reaching out from a darkened pool. The terror was not just visual, it was a deep, visceral feeling, a pervasive sense of dread that invaded his senses, a creeping chill that sunk deep into his bones. He struggled again, desperately attempting to move, to shout, to break free from this paralyzing grip, but his body remained stubbornly unresponsive. His lungs burned, his breath coming in ragged gasps, a desperate struggle against the suffocating pressure that seemed to weigh down not only his body but also his soul. The shadows moved closer, their forms flickering and shifting, their presence intensifying, feeding on his fear. The air in the room seemed to thicken, becoming heavy and suffocating, filled with the chilling presence of the shadowy beings. Their silence was more terrifying than any scream, a suffocating void that pressed down on his consciousness, amplifying his helplessness and deepening his despair. Each second felt like an eternity, each breath a struggle against the encroaching darkness. He tried to focus on anything at all, to pull himself out of this nightmare, to break the hold of the paralysis. He focused on his fingers, trying to will them to move, trying to break through the inertia that clung to him like a shroud. He focused on the faint sounds of the city outside, the distant hum of traffic, the chirping of crickets. He clung to those mundane sounds, desperately seeking a connection to the real world, a lifeline in the ocean of his fear. Then, just as abruptly as it began, it ended. The pressure lifted, the chilling presence receded, and he could move again. His body felt heavy, his limbs aching and stiff, his breath ragged and shallow. The remnants of terror clung to him, a cold, clammy sweat coating his skin, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He lay there for a long time, immobile, paralyzed by the sheer intensity of his experience. The memory of the shadows, their unsettling presence, their shifting forms, were seared into his mind, a horrifying imprint that threatened to overwhelm him. He couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, the lingering chill that seemed to permeate his very being. Slowly, he sat up, his head swimming, the room spinning slightly. He looked around, his eyes darting nervously, searching for any trace of the shadowy figures, but they were gone. Only the familiar objects of his room remained, unchanged, yet somehow alien in the aftermath of his ordeal. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to hold a different, more sinister meaning. They seemed to pulse with an almost malevolent life of their own, their shapes shifting and reforming in the periphery of his vision. Even the gentle moonlight seemed to distort, to lengthen and stretch, echoing the grotesque shapes of the entities he had encountered. The mundane now seemed laced with the uncanny, the familiar infused with a pervasive sense of foreboding. The rationalist in him screamed for an explanation, demanded a logical framework to interpret the impossible. Sleep deprivation? A vivid hallucination? A psychological manifestation of stress? But deep down, something within him knew, with a sickening certainty, that this had been far more than a dream. He'd encountered something ancient, something powerful, something deeply unsettling that dwelled in the shadowed spaces between worlds. The shadows that had haunted his vision weren't just illusions, They were a horrifying glimpse into a realm that lay just beyond the veil of human perception. A realm of shadow people, and the terrifying truth of their existence. The skepticism that had once been his shield now lay shattered, replaced by a profound and unsettling dread that would follow him, haunting his waking hours and coloring his dreams. The world, once a place of predictable laws and logical explanations, was now imbued with an unnerving, pervasive darkness, and Mark was left staring into the abyss, knowing that what he'd seen was merely a terrifying prelude to something far more sinister. Sleep, once a simple refuge, was now a terrifying prospect, a nightmarish descent into the realm of the shadow people. The whispers, silent yet ever present, promised a return. The shadows weren't simply standing, they moved. Not in the way humans move, with a deliberate gait and predictable trajectory. Their movements were fluid, almost liquid, like smoke swirling in a draft, yet somehow more purposeful, more menacing. They slithered and flowed, their forms stretching and compressing, their edges dissolving and reforming in a constant state of flux. One moment, a figure would be tall and gaunt, a skeletal silhouette against the dim light of his room. The next, it would shrink, its form becoming a writhing mass of darkness that pulsed and expanded before resolving itself into something else entirely, a distorted humanoid shape, its features shifting and morphing like a nightmare in a feverish dream. Their silence was deafening. There were no guttural growls, no whispered threats, no chilling screams. Just an unnerving stillness, a void of sound that somehow amplified the terror, a silence so profound it pressed against his eardrums, a palpable absence that spoke volumes more than any scream ever could. It was the silence of something ancient, something beyond human comprehension, something that existed outside the normal laws of physics and perception. It was the silence of predators, patient and watchful, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Their presence was simultaneously palpable and ethereal. He could feel their gaze, cold and piercing, like needles of ice seeping into his very soul. Their proximity felt suffocating, their proximity a tangible weight that pressed against him, yet their forms remained just beyond the reach of his senses, always on the periphery of his vision, constantly shifting and evading precise definition. They felt both close enough to touch and impossibly distant, their existence blurring the boundaries between dream and reality, illusion and truth. One of the figures, or perhaps it was a different one, their constant shifting made it impossible to be certain, extended a long, insubstantial arm towards him. The arm wasn't solid, it was more like a tendril of darkness, a viscous extension of the shadows themselves. Its fingers were indistinct, constantly dissolving and reforming as if they were made of smoke or mist, reaching for him with a languid, almost predatory grace. The feeling of that near touch, the feeling of that immaterial appendage brushing against his consciousness was bone-chilling. It felt more of an intrusion into his thoughts than a physical touch. He tried to scream again, to fight against the paralysis, but his body remained unresponsive. His attempts were futile, he was completely at their mercy. The shadows seemed to react to his struggle, their movements accelerating, their forms becoming more erratic and frenzied as if they were feeding on his fear, his desperation, his very essence. He could feel his life force draining, his energy being siphoned by their presence. It felt as if they were stripping away layers of his being, leaving him naked and vulnerable, exposed to the utter emptiness of their otherworldly realm. As their movements became more frantic, so did the shadows themselves. They stretched and contracted, twisted and writhed, their edges blurring and reforming, their features dissolving into a chaotic jumble of darkness. They danced in the periphery of his vision, a macabre ballet of shadows that left him trembling with a mixture of fear and fascination, as if his primal instincts were battling with his intellectual skepticism. The horror felt both visceral and intellectual. It was a symphony of fear that resonated across every level of his consciousness. Suddenly, a different type of movement caught his attention. One of the shadowy figures moved not with the fluid, amorphous movements of the others, but with a jerky, almost mechanical motion. Its limbs twitched and spasmed, and its whole body shuddered as if something within it were struggling to break free. It was a brief anomaly, a fleeting glimpse of something discordant within the seemingly unified entity of the Shadow People. Was it a sign of weakness? Or was it an illusion, a deliberate deception designed to sow confusion and amplify his fear? He tried to focus on that detail, to fix his gaze on that particular movement, hoping that it would somehow break the spell, tear open a hole in the reality imposed by the Shadow People. He focused intently, desperately trying to analyze the unusual motion, trying to identify any element of predictability in it, trying to find a pattern within the chaos. But his mind struggled to retain clarity amidst the overwhelming dread. The shadows were too skillful in their manipulation of his perception and emotional state. Then, as abruptly as they had appeared, they vanished. One moment they were there, their presence a suffocating blanket of fear. The next, they were gone, leaving behind only the lingering chill and the unsettling silence. The sudden cessation of their presence didn't alleviate his fear, it amplified it, replacing it with an agonizing, suffocating uncertainty. It was like the experience had been an illusion, a nightmare so vivid that it bled over into reality, leaving the line between dream and waking blurred beyond repair. He could move again. He tried to sit up, but his limbs felt heavy and unresponsive. The paralysis had receded, but the fear remained, even more deeply rooted in his consciousness. He looked around the room, his eyes darting nervously, searching for any sign of the Shadow People, but they were gone. Only the familiar objects of his room remained, yet now they seemed foreign, uncanny, and fused with a pervasive sense of dread. The shadows in the corners seemed to breathe, to pulse with an almost malevolent life of their own. The moonlight distorted, its gentle rays now lengthening and stretching into grotesque imitations of the figures he'd seen. His very perceptions were changing. The world around him was no longer the world he knew. He was left with a profound sense of unease, a realization that the boundary between his world and something far darker, far more ancient, was thinner than he had ever believed possible. He knew, with a chilling certainty, that this had been only a prelude, an introductory glimpse into a world of Shadow People. And they would return. The shadows, once a simple fear in the recesses of his mind, were now a tangible threat, a terrifying reality. The night's events had irrevocably changed him. Sleep would never be the same. He wasn't just afraid of the dark, he was afraid of what lurked within it, waiting to return. The unsettling movements of the Shadow People were etched into his mind, a horrifying memory that would forever haunt his sleep. The silence that followed their departure was more terrifying than any sound. And he knew, with a shuddering certainty, that he would never truly escape their presence. He would always be watching over his shoulder, ever aware of the shadows that lurked just beyond the edge of perception, waiting for the moment to return and draw him back into their realm of darkness. The oppressive weight of the shadows intensified. There were no longer peripheral figures dancing at the edge of his vision. They were filling his field of vision, their insubstantial forms pressing in from all sides, a suffocating blanket of darkness that threatened to crush him. He could feel their presence, cold and alien, seeping into his very being, chilling him to the bone. It wasn't just a visual phenomenon, it was a sensory assault, a visceral experience that transcended the limitations of sight and sound. He tried to scream, a desperate, wordless cry tearing at the confines of his paralyzed throat, but the sound remained trapped, a silent scream echoing only within the confines of his mind. His chest heaved, his breath catching in his throat, a desperate gasp for air in the suffocating darkness. His heart pounded against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the overwhelming silence of the room, a frantic rhythm against the silent menace of the shadows. The pounding in his ears was almost deafening, a counterpoint to the unnerving silence that surrounded him. The shadows seemed to react to his distress, their movements becoming more fluid, more purposeful. They flowed around him like a dark tide, their forms shifting and coalescing, their edges blurring and reforming in a relentless dance of darkness. He could feel their gaze upon him, cold and predatory, probing his very soul, stripping away his defenses, leaving him naked and vulnerable to their power. He felt a cold dread creeping into his heart, a primal terror that bypassed reason and logic. It was the fear of the unknown, the fear of the other, the fear of something ancient and beyond human comprehension. This was not simply a fear of the dark, it was a fear of the abyss that lurked within the dark, a fear of the nothingness that lay beyond the veil of reality. The shadows seemed to be drawing closer, their forms becoming more distinct, more menacing. He could almost make out features within the darkness, hollow eyes that stared with malevolent intent, skeletal arms that reached out with a languid, predatory grace. But the moment he focused on a particular feature, it would dissolve, its form shifting and morphing, evading his scrutiny, leaving him feeling more confused and terrified. His mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. Was this a dream? A nightmare? Or was this something far more sinister, something that existed beyond the realm of dreams and nightmares? The line between reality and illusion had blurred beyond recognition, leaving him adrift in a sea of terror. The shadows seemed to feed on his fear, their movements becoming more frantic, more erratic. They pulsed and expanded, their darkness intensifying as if they were drawing energy from his terror, his desperation, his very life force. It was as if they were consuming him, stripping away layers of his being, leaving him a hollow shell, exposed to the nothingness that lay beyond. He struggled against the paralysis, his muscles straining, his mind screaming for release, but his body remained unresponsive. He was trapped, a prisoner of his own mind, held captive by the malevolent forces that surrounded him. He felt a terrifying sense of helplessness, a chilling realization that he was utterly at their mercy. He tried to focus on something, anything, to anchor himself to reality, to break the spell that held him captive. He tried to remember a childhood memory, a comforting image, a loved one's face, but his thoughts were fragmented, chaotic, dominated by the overwhelming presence of the shadows. His memories felt distorted, warped, twisted into grotesque parodies of themselves, each detail merging and shifting, like the forms of the shadow people themselves. Then, a new element emerged from the darkness. A faint sound, a whisper that seemed to come from within his own mind, a sound both familiar and alien, a voice that seemed to both beckon and threaten him. It was a low humming sound, almost imperceptible at first, but it grew steadily in intensity, vibrating in his ears, resonating within his skull, until it became almost unbearable. He realized the humming was emanating from the shadows themselves, resonating through their insubstantial forms, creating a palpable vibration within the air. He could feel the vibration through his body, a deep hum that resonated with the pounding of his heart, a rhythm of dread that seemed to permeate the very fabric of reality. The humming intensified, creating a hypnotic effect, slowly eroding his senses, dulling his mind, blurring the already indistinct boundaries between reality and illusion. He felt himself losing control, his consciousness slipping, his grip on reality weakening. The shadows were overpowering him, their hypnotic influence was slowly swallowing him whole. As the humming intensified, the shadows began to shift and twist, their movements becoming more fluid, more serpentine. They flowed and rippled, their forms resembling an ethereal, dark liquid, their edges blurring into one another, a nightmarish tapestry of darkness that seemed to consume him entirely. He could feel his mind starting to slip, his consciousness dissolving, his grip on sanity weakening. The shadows were closing in, pulling him into their world, into the darkness, into the nothingness. The humming was so loud now, it was painful, it was piercing, it was a sound of pure, unadulterated dread. Suddenly, there was a shift in the darkness. The humming ceased, abruptly replaced by an absolute silence, a silence deeper and more profound than anything he had experienced before. The shadows did not vanish, but they seemed to solidify, to take on a more defined form. He could make out individual figures, tall and gaunt, their features still obscured by the darkness, but their movements were now more deliberate, more menacing. They seemed to observe him, their dark eyes burning with an unfathomable light. It felt like they were taking an assessment, calculating. In their darkness, he felt his own existence diminished, their stillness was unsettling, and he feared the next movement, the next assault, the next phase. Their silence was almost as terrifying as their previous, frantic movements. This was a calculated, chilling pause before their next action. He held his breath, his mind reeling from the overwhelming terror, waiting for the inevitable. The weight of their presence pressed down on him, heavy and suffocating, like the weight of a dying star. He could feel the cold of their gaze seeping into his very soul, draining his life force, leaving him cold and empty. He knew then that this was only the beginning, that the shadow people would return, and this night's fear was but a minor prelude to something far more terrifying. The knowledge itself was paralyzing. His fight, his struggle to move, to scream, were useless, even laughable. He was caught. There was nothing left but to endure. The chilling, unending wait for the next wave of terror. The icy tendrils of fear tightened around his heart, a vice squeezing the breath from his lungs. He thrashed, a desperate, futile struggle against the invisible chains binding his limbs. His muscles burned with the effort, yet his body remained stubbornly immobile, a leaden weight pressing him down into the mattress. The shadows, close now, pressed in, their presence a suffocating blanket of darkness that smelled of damp earth and decay. He could feel their cold breath on his skin, a phantom touch that sent shivers down his spine. His mind screamed, a silent, desperate plea for release, a frantic prayer lost in the suffocating silence of the room. He tried to focus, to summon the strength to break free from this nightmarish paralysis, but his thoughts were fragmented, scattered like broken shards of glass, reflecting the distorted reality around him. The shadows danced at the periphery of his vision, morphing, shifting, their forms tantalizingly close to recognition yet always just out of reach. He attempted to blink, hoping a simple physical act would break the spell, but his eyelids remained stubbornly fixed, heavy as lead. His vision swam with darkness, the only relief the faintest impression of the moonlight filtering through the gap in his curtains, a meager beacon in a sea of impenetrable night. He strained to hear, to pick up any sound other than the insistent pounding of his own heart, a frantic drumbeat against the oppressive silence. But there was nothing, only the suffocating presence of the shadows, their silent, malevolent watchfulness. The weight pressing upon him increased, not a physical weight, but a psychic pressure, the weight of pure, unadulterated dread. It crushed his spirit, suffocated his will, leaving him feeling utterly helpless, a prisoner in his own mind. He tried to remember anything to ground himself, the taste of his morning coffee, the feel of his daughter's hand in his, the warmth of his wife's embrace. But even his memories were distorted, warped by the shadows, twisted into grotesque parodies of happiness, rendering them useless anchors in this maelstrom of fear. He fought the paralysis with every fiber of his being, willing his muscles to move, his voice to break free. He imagined running, escaping, fighting back against the darkness, but it was a futile exercise, an impotent rage against the relentless tide of terror. He knew, with a chilling certainty, that the shadows were not simply observing him, they were feeding on his fear, growing stronger with his despair. The silent pressure intensified, the darkness pressing closer. He felt a creeping coldness invade his limbs, spreading from his extremities towards his core, leaving him numb and weak. The shadows danced closer, their forms now more distinct, less ethereal, though still shrouded in a chilling opacity. He saw glimpses of elongated figures, their forms suggesting a skeletal structure, their movements fluid and graceful, yet profoundly unsettling. They moved with a chilling fluidity, like smoke given form, or the slow, creeping advance of a tide. He attempted another desperate struggle, his muscles straining against the invisible bonds that held him prisoner. His teeth gritted, his head throbbed, but nothing changed. The only response was the intensification of the shadow's oppressive presence, their cold breath on his skin, the insidious tightening of the psychic pressure. A new terror gripped him, the absolute certainty that he was not alone in this nightmarish struggle. He sensed other presences in the room, other beings as palpable as the oppressive weight of the shadows. The very air itself seemed to crackle with their malevolent energy, an energy that pulsed and throbbed in synchronicity with the pounding of his own heart. It was a cacophony of unseen things, a chorus of darkness surrounding him. He tried to speak, to cry out for help, but his vocal cords remained unresponsive, his throat sealed shut as if by a spectral hand. He was trapped, utterly alone in the suffocating grip of this nightmarish experience, at the mercy of unseen entities that seemed to revel in his fear. The pressure intensified, pushing him deeper into the pit of despair. He felt his consciousness begin to fray, the edges of his sanity starting to unravel. The shadows were not merely figures, he realized, but a manifestation of a powerful, malevolent force. They fed on his terror, his helplessness, growing stronger with each passing moment. They were not simply watching, they were testing him, probing him, judging him. He felt a strange disconnect, a detachment from his own body, as though he were observing the scene from a distant, ethereal vantage point. His sense of self was fragmenting, his personality shattering into a million pieces under the crushing weight of the shadows and the paralyzing fear. Then, a flicker of movement at the edge of his vision, a faint, fleeting glimpse of something beyond the relentless darkness. A hint of light, a glimmer of hope, a fleeting crack in the oppressive wall of despair. It was faint, barely perceptible, but it was there. He focused on it, desperately trying to cling to this fragile lifeline, this faint indication that the nightmarish ordeal might yet end. The glimmer grew stronger, intensifying, as if he were actively pulling it toward him, willing it to become a reality. It was a light, emanating from a source he couldn't see, a light that pulsed with an almost ethereal energy, a beacon of hope in the suffocating darkness. It was not the light of the moon or street lamps. This was something different. The light seemed to push back against the encroaching shadows, creating a slight gap, a small area of respite from the overwhelming darkness. As the light grew stronger, the shadows recoiled, their forms becoming less distinct, their presence less suffocating. He concentrated on the light, focusing all his will and energy on it, using it as a shield against the encroaching darkness. He drew strength from it, a renewed sense of hope, a glimmer of defiance against the malevolent forces holding him captive. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the paralysis began to lessen. The weight pressing upon him lightened, the cold that had invaded his limbs began to recede. He felt a slight twitch in his fingers, then in his toes, a faint tremor, the first signs of returning motor function. A wave of relief washed over him, so powerful that it brought tears to his eyes. He was still terrified, still keenly aware of the presence of the shadows, but the terror was no longer all-consuming. The light, the mere glimmer of hope, had broken the spell, shattering the paralyzing fear and giving him back a measure of control. With a superhuman effort, he managed to move a finger, then a hand, and finally, his entire arm. He struggled to sit up, his muscles aching, his body weak, but he did it. He gasped for breath, filling his lungs with the cool night air. The fight for survival had been won, but the haunting memory of the shadows would forever remain. He was free, but the haunting knowledge lingered, they would return. The night was far from over. He knew, with a chilling certainty, that this was only the beginning. The darkness had merely retreated, not vanished, biding its time for its next assault. He was left alone in the stillness of the early morning hours, the echo of the nightmare still clinging to him, the cold sweat plastering his clothes to his skin. The light from the window now seemed an insufficient shield against the cold of the coming night. The world swam back into focus, blurry at first, like viewing reality through a thick fog. His body ached, every muscle screaming in protest against the strain of his silent struggle. He lay there, gasping for breath, his chest heaving, the taste of fear thick in his mouth. The lingering coldness of the shadows clung to him, a chilling reminder of the ordeal he had just endured. He felt the dampness of sweat clinging to his skin, the sheets twisted around him like a shroud. Slowly, he pushed himself up, his limbs trembling, his movements jerky and uncoordinated. The room, familiar yet alien in the aftermath of the terror, swam back into focus. The moonlight still filtered through the gap in his curtains, but it no longer offered solace. Instead, it cast long, menacing shadows that danced and writhed across the walls, mocking his victory. The silence was almost as oppressive as the shadow's presence had been, broken only by the erratic thump-thump-thump of his own heart, a frantic drum against the quietude. He looked at his hands, flexing his fingers, marveling at their responsiveness, the simple miracle of their movement. They trembled slightly, as if unwilling to betray the memory of their recent paralysis. He ran a hand across his face, feeling the dampness of sweat, the stubble scratching against his palm. He felt the tremor still running through him, a physical manifestation of his lingering fear. The after-effects were more than physical, a deep chill, a psychic residue of the night's horror, settled in his bones. He had always considered himself a rational man, a skeptic, someone who didn't believe in the supernatural. He scoffed at tales of shadow people, at stories whispered in hushed tones around campfires. He attributed such phenomena to sleep paralysis, a medical condition, a quirk of the brain. But the encounter had shattered that skepticism, shattering the carefully constructed wall of rationality he'd built around himself. Now, the world seemed a different, more dangerous place, a world where unseen entities lurked in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to invade the vulnerable space between sleep and wakefulness. The rational explanations he had clung to were gone, swept away by the sheer, undeniable reality of his experience. The shadows had been more than a hallucination. They had possessed a chilling, tangible presence, a malevolent intelligence that had fed upon his fear. He had felt their cold breath, their spectral touch, their suffocating presence. They were real. The room felt different now. The shadows seemed to have deepened, taking on a more sinister aspect. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the wind against the window panes, sent shivers down his spine. The familiar comfort of his home was gone, replaced by a pervasive sense of unease, a foreboding that clung to the air like a clinging mist. He felt exposed, vulnerable, as if the unseen entities were still watching him, waiting for another opportunity to strike. He stumbled to his feet, his legs unsteady, and walked over to the window. He pulled back the curtain, letting the pre-dawn light flood the room. The shadows retreated, shrinking back into the corners, but they didn't vanish entirely. They remained, a lurking presence at the edge of his vision, a constant reminder of the terror he had faced. The world outside looked different too. The familiar streetlights seemed to cast a more menacing glow. The trees and houses took on a sinister, distorted shape. The ordinary had become extraordinary, imbued with a new sense of fear. He dressed shakily, his hands still trembling. He avoided looking at the mirror, afraid of what he might see, a reflection of the terror he had faced, the fragility of his sanity. He went downstairs, the steps creaking ominously under his weight, each sound amplifying his fear. He made coffee, his hands clumsy and shaking, the bitter brew tasting like ash in his mouth. His wife stirred in the bedroom, her movements sleepy and unhurried. He hesitated, unsure how to explain what had happened, how to convey the depth of his terror without sounding insane. He knew that she wouldn't believe him, that she would dismiss it as a bad dream, a nightmare brought on by stress or exhaustion. But the memory of the encounter of the shadow people was too vivid, too real to dismiss. It was etched into his mind, a horrific tableau that would haunt his dreams for years to come. He sat at the kitchen table, sipping his coffee, the world outside beginning to stir with the sounds of morning. But the peacefulness of the dawn couldn't penetrate the darkness that had settled in his heart. He watched the rising sun paint the sky with colors of hope, but the promise of a new day failed to reach him, leaving him alone in the desolate landscape of his terror. The shadows had retreated, but the fear remained, a chilling companion that would forever walk alongside him, a haunting reminder of the night he faced the shadow people. The days that followed were a blur of uneasy calm. He functioned, he went to work, he interacted with his family, but a part of him remained trapped in the nightmarish encounter, replaying the events in his mind, analyzing the details, searching for answers. He tried to rationalize it, to find a logical explanation, but the chilling reality of his experience refused to be dismissed. Sleep became a battlefield, a nightly struggle against the return of the shadows. He found himself dreading nightfall, the creeping darkness that preceded sleep. He tried various remedies, sleeping pills, herbal teas, even meditation techniques, but nothing could fully alleviate the fear. He spent countless sleepless nights staring at the ceiling, listening for every creak and groan of the old house, his nerves frayed and raw. The shadows, though absent in his waking hours, haunted his every thought. He started researching sleep paralysis, delving into the vast and often contradictory literature on the subject. He discovered the existence of shared experiences, of other people who had encountered similar entities, who had felt the same chilling presence. Their accounts only served to confirm his own reality, making the fear all the more terrifying. He discovered folklore, tales from around the world that described beings of shadow, entities that preyed on the sleeping and the vulnerable. He found a new layer of fear, one woven from ancient myths and terrifying stories. The rational explanations weren't enough anymore. The evidence, the countless reports of such occurrences, spoke of something beyond simple sleep paralysis. The shadow people weren't just a figment of his imagination, they were real. He began to understand that he had stumbled upon a hidden layer of reality, a terrifying world that coexisted with our own, a world of unseen entities that stalked the vulnerable spaces between worlds. He had been chosen, it seemed, to glimpse into this terrifying realm. The realization was chilling, yet at the same time, it gave him a strange sense of purpose. He knew that he could not simply ignore this, that he had to find a way to understand what he had experienced, to unravel the mystery of the shadow people and perhaps, to find a way to protect himself, and others, from their haunting presence. The encounter had changed him profoundly. He was no longer the same rational, skeptical man he had once been. The experience had left him with a heightened awareness of the unseen world, a sensitivity to subtle shifts in energy, a deep-seated fear that lingered beneath the surface of his daily life. He was a man forever marked by his confrontation with the shadow people, a man who knew, with a chilling certainty, that the darkness had not yet vanished, that it lay in wait, biding its time for its next assault. His life, forever altered, became a chilling vigil, a silent battle waged in the liminal space between sleep and waking. He was always watching, always listening, forever waiting for the return of the shadows. The weight of the unseen world pressed heavily upon him, a constant reminder that the world was far stranger and far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. The shadows lingered, a constant presence at the edge of his awareness, a chilling reminder of the night he dared to glimpse into the abyss. Story 5: The Nightmare Weaver. The dream began, not with a bang, but with a whisper. A whisper that slithered into his consciousness, a sibilant sound like dry leaves skittering across cobblestones under a malevolent moon. He was in a place that resembled his study, yet was profoundly, disturbingly, not. The familiar scent of old paper and leather was laced with the cloying sweetness of decay, the comforting glow of his desk lamp replaced by a flickering, sickly green light that cast long, distorted shadows. The bookshelves, normally ordered and precise, were warped and twisted, their spines writhing like grotesque insects. The titles, once comforting signposts of knowledge and imagination, were now indecipherable glyphs, hinting at forbidden lore and unspeakable horrors. He tried to reach for a familiar volume, a worn copy of Blackwood's The Willows, but his hand passed through the distorted wood, leaving him with a cold, hollow ache in his arm. The very air seemed viscous, thick with a silent dread that pressed against him, suffocating him with its weight. He was aware of himself, his thoughts a frantic stream of half-formed sentences and panicked pleas. Yet, his body was unresponsive, a prisoner in his own mind. He tried to scream, to call out, but only a strangled rasp escaped his throat, lost in the oppressive silence. The world around him pulsed with a sinister rhythm, a heartbeat that resonated deep within his chest, echoing the frantic drumming of his own terrified heart. The labyrinthine corridors of the dream stretched before him, a disorienting maze of shadowy hallways and twisting staircases that seemed to shift and change with every blink. He attempted to navigate them, to find an exit, but the familiar architectural features of his own house morphed and melted, becoming grotesque parodies of reality. Doors appeared and disappeared, hallways ended abruptly in sheer drops into unfathomable darkness, and windows offered glimpses into landscapes that defied description. Alien vistas painted in shades of bruised purple and sickly yellow, populated by creatures that were both familiar and utterly horrifying. He recognized faces in the shifting shadows, faces twisted into expressions of unimaginable agony and despair, their eyes burning with a malevolent light. They were characters from his own stories, the monstrous creations of his imagination, now given terrifying life, their fictional pain rendered excruciatingly real. The grotesque gargoyle from the stone sentinel, its eyes gleaming like chips of obsidian, leered from a crumbling archway. The skeletal witch from the whispering woods, her bony fingers dripping with an unnatural ichor, beckoned him down a path shrouded in perpetual twilight. The figures were not merely visual, they exuded a palpable aura of malice, a chilling presence that wrapped around him, constricting his already trapped consciousness. He felt the weight of their malevolence, the burden of their unending torment, and knew that they weren't merely observing him, they were feeding on his fear, his very essence. Their whispers, once subtle, now echoed in his mind, their voices a chorus of chilling laughter and despair. They were part of the tapestry of the nightmare, the threads of his own creation woven into a monstrous, inescapable web. He stumbled through the nightmare world, his sense of self eroding with every step. The boundaries between his own imagination and the horrifying reality of the dream dissolved. His rational mind struggled to maintain control, to discern the difference between the constructed horrors of his fiction and the agonizing reality of his experience. The dream was feeding upon his deepest fears, twisting them into grotesque shapes, reflecting his own inner turmoil in a distorted, horrific mirror. The imagery intensified, the colors growing more vivid, the shadows more profound. His perception of time fractured, moments stretching into agonizing eternities, while vast stretches of time collapsed into fleeting instants. He was lost, not just in a labyrinthine nightmare, but in a shattered landscape of his own subconscious, a place where the lines between dream and reality had completely vanished. The familiar architecture of his home had become alien and nightmarish, twisting and warping around him as if trying to crush him into oblivion. He saw glimpses of his own life, fragmented memories, distorted by the malevolent forces at play. His childhood home, once a symbol of comfort and security, now appeared as a crumbling ruin, its windows dark and vacant. His family members, once beloved, now were grotesque mockeries of their former selves, their faces twisted with silent screams, their eyes reflecting the monstrous landscape around them. The terror was not just visual, it was visceral, a physical torment that mirrored his emotional suffering. His body, though unresponsive, ached with an excruciating pain that had no physical source, an agony that permeated his very being. He felt the coldness of the shadows clinging to his skin, a chilling embrace that promised only despair. The silence of the nightmare was as oppressive as the presence of the horrifying figures surrounding him, a vacuum that seemed to suck the life out of him. He desperately searched for a way out, a crack in the fabric of this terrifying reality, but the nightmare world was seamless, a testament to the power of his own unconscious mind. The monstrous creations of his imagination were not mere figments. They were given life, breathing, existing in a terrifyingly real way. They were manifestations of his own darkest fears, his own suppressed anxieties, brought to a chilling life in the nightmarish landscape of his subconscious. As the nightmare intensified, he realized that escape was not an option. The dream was not simply a story to be written, it was a journey to be endured, a descent into the darkest recesses of his own mind. He was not a mere observer, but an active participant, trapped in a horrific dance with the creatures of his own imagination, his own creation condemning him to this inescapable torture. The nightmare was not just a reflection of his fears, it was a mirror reflecting his own creative power, a testament to his ability to conjure horrifying realities from the depths of his own subconscious. He was the creator, and he was the victim, caught in a horrifying loop of self-destruction, a testament to the power and the terrifying potential of the human imagination. His only hope lay in confronting his own darkest fears, and unraveling the threads of his own nightmare, and accepting the dark truth of his own creativity and the terrifying monsters it had created. The dream, for all its horror, held a twisted kind of truth. He had to find a way through the labyrinth of his own making, and somehow, to survive the journey. The nightmare was his to conquer, or be consumed by. The fate of his waking life, it seemed, hung precariously in the balance. The walls themselves seemed to breathe, their surface rippling like disturbed water, the familiar wallpaper of his study dissolving into a shifting mosaic of flesh and bone. Faces, contorted in silent screams, appeared and disappeared within the pulsating patterns, their eyes following him with a chilling intensity. He felt a phantom touch, icy fingers tracing the contours of his face, a caress that felt more like violation. The air grew heavy, thick with the stench of decay and something else, something ancient and indescribably foul, a scent that burrowed into his nostrils and clung to the back of his throat. He stumbled through this grotesque parody of his home, each step accompanied by a sickening crunch beneath his unseen feet. The sounds were amplified, distorted, the familiar creak of the floorboards transformed into the groans of some tortured beast, the ticking of his grandfather clock echoing the relentless drumming of his own trapped heart. He tried to focus on something real, something tangible, but even the familiar objects around him were warped and twisted, their reality bleeding into the nightmare. A seemingly ordinary chair became a skeletal throne, its legs formed from twisted bone, its seat a hollow skull, lined with decaying velvet. The desk, once his sanctuary of creative work, transformed into a grotesque altar, covered in strange implements and disturbing artifacts, bone needles, vials filled with viscous fluids that pulsed with an internal light, and parchment scrolls covered in indecipherable symbols. He saw himself reflected in a warped mirror, but the reflection was not his own. It was a grotesque parody, a twisted caricature of his own self, his features elongated and distorted, his eyes burning with a feverish intensity, his skin a sickly green hue. He recoiled, but the reflection seemed to mock him, its distorted lips curling into a silent, knowing smile. The nightmare was not just a visual assault, it was a sensory bombardment. He tasted blood, metallic and acrid, though no wound could be found. His sense of smell was overwhelmed by the nauseating odor of decay, mixed with the cloying sweetness of rot and the acrid bite of something unnameable. He heard whispers again, but this time, the voices were closer, more insidious, weaving through his thoughts, corrupting his perception of reality. They were the voices of his own fears, his insecurities, his doubts, given voice and form within this nightmarish landscape. He was no longer simply observing this grotesque reality. He was a part of it, inextricably woven into the fabric of the nightmare. The boundaries of his own mind were dissolving, and he felt a chilling premonition that he would be swallowed whole, his consciousness lost within this grotesque, ever-shifting landscape. Suddenly, the landscape shifted again. The twisted parody of his home dissolved, replaced by a vast, desolate landscape of crumbling stone and skeletal trees, under a sky the color of bruised plums. The ground was uneven, treacherous, and littered with the bones of what might once have been living creatures, their skeletal remains scattered across the bleak horizon. In the distance, a looming fortress of black obsidian rose from the earth, its spires reaching towards a perpetually twilight sky. A chilling wind swept across the desolate landscape, carrying with it the scent of death and the whispers of forgotten things. He felt a compulsion to approach the fortress, a perverse curiosity pulling him toward its forbidding walls. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, urging him forward, promising answers, promising relief. As he drew closer, he saw figures moving within the fortress walls, shadowy beings who seemed to be both human and inhuman, their forms flickering and shifting in the dim light. Their movements were jerky and unnatural, their limbs bending at impossible angles, their faces obscured by swirling shadows. These were not merely creatures of his imagination, they were ancient beings, twisted and corrupted, drawn from the deepest recesses of his subconscious, embodiments of the primal fears that haunted the darkest corners of his mind. They were his creations, yet they seemed to possess a life of their own, independent of his will. They were the nightmares given flesh, the figments of his imagination that had somehow transcended the boundaries of his own mind and entered into this terrifying, twisted reality. He felt a sense of dread, a chilling awareness that he was not merely a witness to this horrific scene, but a participant, a pawn in some macabre game orchestrated by forces beyond his comprehension. The feeling of paralysis deepened, his inability to move or scream amplified by the sheer terror of his surroundings. He was trapped in this nightmarish world, surrounded by creatures that were both familiar and alien, a landscape woven from the threads of his own imagination, a horrifying reflection of his deepest fears. Yet, within this terror, a strange sense of clarity began to emerge. The nightmare, he realized, was not simply a punishment, but a trial, a test of his will, a descent into the darkest corners of his own soul. He was forced to confront the monstrous creations of his own mind, to grapple with the fears and anxieties that had shaped his life. The grotesque figures that surrounded him were not merely external threats, they were aspects of his own self, manifestations of his inner turmoil, given terrifying life within this nightmarish realm. The path forward, if one could even call it that, was not one of escape, but of understanding, of confronting the darkness within himself and accepting the terrifying truth of his own creation. His only hope lay in unraveling the complex tapestry of his nightmare and discovering the meaning behind this horrifying journey. As he stumbled onward, his body unresponsive, his mind a maelstrom of fear and confusion, he knew that the true horror was not the grotesque landscape around him, but the chilling realization that he was responsible for its existence, the horrifying author of his own nightmare. The twisted reality of his dream was a mirror reflecting his own deepest fears, his own darkest creativity. And in that mirror, he saw not just his fears, but the potential for even greater horrors yet to come, a terrifying glimpse into the abyss that lay at the heart of his own imagination. The nightmare was far from over, it was, in fact, only just beginning. The true test of his sanity, and perhaps his very soul, was yet to come. He had to find a way not just to survive, but to understand the twisted logic of his own creation, to confront the monstrous truth that was now his reality. The path forward was shrouded in darkness, a treacherous journey into the heart of his own terrifying mind. The pressure intensified, a crushing weight pressing down on his chest, stealing his breath. He knew, with a chilling certainty, that this was a dream, a nightmare of terrifying realism, yet the knowledge offered no solace. The suffocating dread remained, a vice around his throat, choking the desperate gasps for air that wouldn't come. He thrashed, his limbs heavy, unresponsive, his muscles locked in a paralysis that was both physical and mental. His eyes snapped open, but all he saw was the same desolate, nightmarish landscape, the crumbling stone, the skeletal trees, the obsidian fortress looming against a bruised plum sky. Panic clawed at him, a desperate struggle against the unseen forces holding him captive. He tried to scream, but the sound died in his throat, a silent scream trapped within the confines of his own body. His heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the oppressive silence of the nightmare. He focused on the details of his surroundings, trying to find an anchor, a point of reference in this surreal and terrifying reality. Each detail, however, was as sharp and unsettling as the last. The wind howled, a mournful lament, carrying with it whispers that seemed to slither into his mind, twisting his thoughts, amplifying his fear. He tried to remember the feeling of his skin against his sheets, the comforting weight of his blankets, the familiar hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, anything that would tether him to the waking world. But the memories were elusive, distant echoes fading into the oppressive reality of the dream. He was drowning in the nightmare, suffocating in its viscous grip, and the fear was absolute, primal, a terror that went beyond simple dread and touched upon the very core of his being. It was the terror of utter helplessness, the horrifying awareness of being trapped within the confines of one's own mind, a prisoner in the labyrinth of one's own subconscious. The obsidian fortress seemed to grow larger, its shadow stretching across the bleak landscape like a malevolent shroud. The figures within its walls moved with a disturbing grace, their movements fluid and unnatural, their limbs bending in ways that defied the laws of anatomy. Their faces, obscured by shadow, seemed to watch him, their unseen eyes boring into his very soul. They exuded an aura of ancient evil, a palpable sense of something that had existed for eons, something older and darker than anything he could comprehend. He felt their presence, not just visually, but as a palpable weight in the air, a pressure that added to the suffocating feeling of his paralysis. He focused on a single detail, a fractured stone, lying near his feet in the bleak, barren landscape. Its surface was cold and smooth under his unseen touch, a chilling contrast to the oppressive heat that seemed to radiate from the fortress. He tried to concentrate on its texture, its weight, its coldness, hoping that this tactile focus might break through the hypnotic grip of the nightmare, might anchor him in some semblance of reality. It did not work. The stone remained cold and lifeless, unyielding to his desperate attempts to pull himself out of the suffocating abyss of his subconscious. The whispers intensified, growing louder, more insistent. They were no longer subtle suggestions, but direct commands, the voices of his deepest fears given tangible form, dictating his every thought, guiding his actions, or rather, his lack thereof. They urged him towards the fortress, promising answers, promising relief, promising an end to the torment, but he felt a growing sense of unease, a premonition that approaching the fortress would only lead to further horrors. He knew, instinctively, that there was something profoundly wrong with this world. This was not simply a dream, it was a construct, a deliberate creation, a perfectly crafted illusion designed to torment him. He was not simply a passive observer, he was a participant, an unwitting pawn in some macabre game. The very fabric of reality was bending, warping, twisting around him, molding itself to fit the dictates of some malevolent entity, some dark power that lay at the heart of the nightmare. His sense of time became distorted. Moments stretched into eternities, and eternities collapsed into fleeting instants. The landscape shifted and changed around him, the skeletal trees swaying like grotesque dancers, their branches reaching out like grasping claws, the crumbling stone shifting and reforming, the fortress itself appearing to breathe, expanding and contracting, pulsating with a dark energy that seeped into his very being. He felt a growing desperation, a chilling awareness that he might be trapped in this nightmarish reality forever, lost in the endless cycle of terror, his consciousness dissolving into the darkness, leaving behind nothing but an empty husk. He fought back, summoning every ounce of his willpower, his mind a battleground between the crushing weight of the nightmare and his desperate desire to escape. He replayed memories from his waking life, clinging to them with a desperate tenacity, trying to break free from the hypnotic spell that held him captive. He thought of his family, his friends, the warmth of a sunny afternoon, the taste of freshly brewed coffee, the feeling of his cat's fur brushing against his hand, sensory details that he tried to evoke with desperate intensity. But the nightmare clung to him, persistent and relentless. The whispers intensified, twisting his thoughts, playing upon his insecurities, his deepest fears. The obsidian fortress loomed closer, its shadowy inhabitants seeming to beckon him, whispering promises of solace, of escape, of an end to the endless torment. He knew that he had to make a choice, to succumb to the lure of the fortress and the promises it offered, or to fight against the overwhelming power of the nightmare, to resist the terrifying pull of the unknown. The weight of the decision was crushing, almost unbearable. He felt the very fabric of his mind straining, threatening to unravel. He felt the pull towards the fortress, a terrifying temptation, a whisper promising release from the excruciating tension, an end to the ceaseless struggle. Yet, somewhere deep within the recesses of his consciousness, a spark of defiance flickered, a desperate refusal to surrender to the nightmare, a primal instinct to fight for survival. He focused on that spark, clinging to it with everything he had, letting it grow, strengthen, until it became a flame, a beacon burning brightly in the darkness. The struggle was intense, a battle for his very sanity, his very soul. The nightmare fought back, its grip tightening, its whispers intensifying, attempting to extinguish the flame of defiance. But he held on, his will growing stronger with each passing moment. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the pressure released. The weight lifted, the suffocating dread receded. The landscape began to fade, the obsidian fortress dissolving into nothingness, the skeletal trees wilting and disappearing, the bleak, barren ground transforming into a blurry void. He felt himself rising from the depths of a nightmare, pulling himself back towards consciousness, towards the safety and familiarity of waking life. He gasped, his lungs burning, his heart pounding, as he felt the first stirrings of movement in his limbs, a return of feeling to his body. He was still, very much, aware of the lingering fear and unease, but the nightmare's grip was gone. He was free. For now. The fractured stone, previously a focus of desperate hope, now seemed to writhe and pulse with a sickly, inner light. The cold smoothness was replaced by a viscous, almost organic texture, as if the very rock were alive, breathing, and pulsating with a malevolent energy. The whispers intensified, swirling around him like a vortex of icy wind, shaping themselves into distinct words, taunting him with his helplessness. They spoke of things ancient and terrible, of rituals and sacrifices, of a power older than time itself. The words were not merely heard, they were felt, a chilling invasion of his very consciousness, a direct assault on his sanity. He struggled against this mental onslaught, his will a fragile reed against a hurricane. The memories he summoned, the warmth of his family, the smell of his coffee, the gentle purr of his cat, flickered like dying embers, their light barely visible through the encroaching darkness. The nightmare was no longer merely a visual experience, it was a sensory overload, a symphony of terror that attacked every fiber of his being. The air itself seemed thick with malice, a palpable weight pressing down on him, hindering even the futile attempts at movement he made in the throes of his paralysis. His perception of space twisted and turned, the landscape warping and contorting in ways that defied logic, the fortress looming closer, seeming to crawl towards him across the ever-shifting ground. Then, a horrifying realization dawned upon him, a chilling truth that pierced through the veil of terror. This nightmare was not random, it was deliberate. It was not the chaotic product of a disturbed mind. It was a meticulously crafted illusion, a trap designed to ensnare and consume him. He was not merely a victim, he was a subject, a pawn in a terrifying game orchestrated by an unseen hand. The subtle hints, the feeling of being manipulated, the almost imperceptible guiding of his thoughts, these were not hallucinations, they were evidence of his confinement, his captivity. He was trapped within a waking dream, a nightmarish construct designed not just to frighten but to control. The obsidian fortress loomed before him now, no longer a distant threat, but a looming, inescapable presence. Its shadowy inhabitants were no longer amorphous figures, they possessed grotesque, individual forms, each more horrifying than the last. Their skin seemed to shift and flow like liquid shadow, their eyes burning with an inner fire that suggested not merely malice but something ancient and profoundly wicked. They approached him silently, their movements graceful and fluid, their presence exuding an aura of terrifying power that went far beyond any human capacity for fear. As they drew near, he noticed details he had been blind to before. Runes were etched into the fortress's walls, ancient glyphs that seemed to pulse with an eerie light, their meaning obscure, their power palpable. The whispers increased in intensity, no longer individual voices, but a chorus of malevolent voices, a cacophony of fear. They spoke of things beyond human comprehension, of power, of rituals, of sacrifices, all of which were woven together in an intricate, terrifying tapestry of darkness. He attempted to fight back, to summon his last reserves of willpower. He focused on his family, on memories of laughter and warmth, hoping to break free from the hypnotic spell. But the images were muddied, corrupted, twisted into grotesque parodies of their former selves. The faces of his loved ones seemed to shift and morph, turning into the ghastly visages of the shadowy beings approaching him. He was losing the fight, his sanity, his very identity, threatened to fracture under the unrelenting assault. He tried to scream, to break free from the nightmare's grip, but the sound was once more trapped, swallowed by the suffocating weight of the dream. He tried to move, to resist the encroaching shadows, but his limbs remained unyielding, heavy, unresponsive. Despair threatened to engulf him, to extinguish the last ember of his will. The chilling realization that he was utterly, hopelessly trapped settled upon him like a shroud. But then, amidst the overwhelming darkness, something shifted. It was not a decrease in the nightmare's intensity, but rather a change in its nature. The terror remained, but a new element was introduced, curiosity. A strange sense of fascination replaced some of his terror. He found himself no longer merely struggling against the nightmare, but also observing it, studying its intricate details, analyzing its patterns. The whispers, previously random, now seemed to hold structure, a rhythm, a hidden language. He started to decipher fragments of their meaning. The runes on the fortress walls were no longer chaotic scribbles but intricately arranged symbols, each with its own function. He found himself studying the movements of the shadowy beings, their interactions, their ritualistic acts. His captivity shifted from pure terror to an uneasy mixture of terror and fascination. The boundaries of his understanding blurred, the rules of reality seemed to bend and break before his eyes, forming new and incomprehensible patterns. The nightmare became a labyrinth, complex and intricate, a maze of symbols, sounds, and sensations that slowly began to yield its secrets. The chilling realization grew that this nightmare was not just a source of terror but a vast, elaborate system of symbolism. It spoke of a hidden language, an ancient power, an unseen reality woven into the fabric of his subconscious, drawing upon some deep and ancestral memory. The whisper spoke not only of fear, but also of knowledge, a forbidden knowledge that hinted at a greater truth than he had ever considered. He was not merely a prisoner, he was a student, unwillingly enrolled in a dark, nightmarish school of arcane secrets. He realized that the nightmare was not a random construct, but a carefully engineered experience, a crafted illusion designed to test his resilience, to probe the depths of his mind. The whispers now revealed themselves to be a language, an intricate system of communication that he was slowly beginning to decipher. The grotesque creatures that surrounded him were no longer monstrous figures of horror, but rather symbols, avatars of primal forces and ancient concepts. He was witnessing a play, a macabre performance designed to reveal hidden aspects of his own subconscious. The nightmare was his own mind, turned against itself, made visible. As his understanding grew, his fear began to recede, replaced by an eerie sense of awe and wonder. The nightmare was revealing secrets he hadn't known existed, tapping into reservoirs of his own memory that he had never consciously accessed. This was not mere terror, it was a terrifying journey into the depths of his own psyche, a confrontation with his deepest fears and darkest desires. He was not only enduring the nightmare, he was experiencing a kind of waking dream, a deep plunge into the very fabric of his own being. The process was agonizing, a slow unraveling of his deepest beliefs, his most fundamental understanding of himself and the world around him. The nightmare was transforming him, forcing him to confront the shadowy corners of his mind, the hidden anxieties and unresolved conflicts that lay buried beneath the surface of his everyday life. It was a form of brutal, terrifying psychoanalysis, where the therapist was a malevolent force from beyond the veil of reality. But in the midst of this mental maelstrom, a strange sense of empowerment began to bloom. He was no longer merely a victim, he was an active participant in this nightmarish exploration. He was unraveling the mysteries of the nightmare, and in doing so, unlocking new dimensions of his own consciousness. The nightmare's power remained terrifying, but it was now a power he was beginning to understand, a power he was, in a small way, beginning to control. The end of the nightmare was not yet in sight, but he felt a growing sense of purpose, a grim determination to confront whatever lurked at its heart, whatever dark truth awaited him within its abyss. The journey into the depths of his own mind was perilous, but he felt he might just survive it. For now, he endured. The nightmare was relentless, yet he was learning, and survival is an art in itself, one he would master. The struggle was far from over. He ripped himself from the suffocating grip of the nightmare, his lungs screaming for air, his body convulsed with the violent tremors of awakening. The abrupt transition from the labyrinthine horror to the mundane reality of his bedroom was jarring, a brutal shift in sensory input that left him disoriented and gasping for breath. His sheets were twisted around him, damp with sweat, clinging to his skin like a second, clammy layer. The air hung heavy and still, thick with the lingering scent of fear and the phantom echo of whispers that still seemed to claw at the edges of his hearing. His heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence. He lay there for what felt like an eternity, paralyzed by the lingering aftershocks of the ordeal, his mind struggling to reconcile the brutal reality of his experience with the mundane reality of his surroundings. The room was dark, illuminated only by the faint moonlight filtering through the gap in his curtains, casting long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed in his peripheral vision. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the wind outside, sent icy tendrils of fear down his spine. The comfortable familiarity of his bedroom was now tainted, and fused with the lingering residue of the nightmare's horrors. The obsidian fortress, the grotesque creatures, the whispering voices, they were gone, but their impact remained, a visceral, lingering terror that clung to him like a shroud. The memory of the nightmare's intricate detail, the unsettling realization that it had been not merely a frightening spectacle but a meticulously crafted experience, a test, a lesson, sent a chill down his spine. He had been a subject in an experiment he hadn't volunteered for, a pawn in a terrifying game played by an unseen hand. The sense of violation, of having his innermost thoughts and fears laid bare, was profound and utterly unsettling. He sat up in bed, his muscles aching, his mind racing. He felt drained, emptied of energy, as if some unseen force had leached the life from him. The lingering effects of sleep paralysis were still present, a subtle but persistent heaviness in his limbs, a reluctance to move. He forced himself to swing his legs over the side of the bed, his muscles protesting with a groan. He needed to move, to break free from the phantom weight of the nightmare, to reclaim his body and his mind. As his feet touched the cold floor, he felt a jolt of electricity, a sudden surge of adrenaline. He remembered the whispers, the runes, the intricate symbolism of the nightmare. He had been a student in an unwilling master class, subjected to a harrowing form of psychological analysis conducted by a power beyond human comprehension. The nightmare wasn't random, it was intentional, a deliberate attempt to unearth, to expose, to force him to confront the darkness within. The sheer audacity, the deliberate intrusion into his subconscious, was chilling. The knowledge didn't ease the fear, it amplified it, giving it a context, a source, an almost horrifying logic. It wasn't just a nightmare, it was a message, a coded warning, or perhaps an initiation into some terrifying order he didn't yet understand. The lingering images, the grotesque figures, the symbols etched into the obsidian walls, they seemed less like random hallucinations and more like meticulously designed components of a disturbing, cryptic communication. He stumbled to the bathroom, turning on the light to break the oppressive darkness. The harsh glare was a welcome assault on his senses, a stark contrast to the oppressive gloom of the nightmare. He splashed water on his face, the cold shock doing little to dispel the lingering unease. The reflection staring back at him was pale, haunted, eyes wide and shadowed, reflecting the terror that still clung to him. He looked around his room, his surroundings now charged with a newfound apprehension. The ordinary objects of his daily life, the framed photographs of family, the books on his shelf, the mundane clutter of everyday life, now seemed fragile, almost insignificant, against the backdrop of the horrors he had just endured. The comfortable security he had once taken for granted was shattered, replaced by a nagging sense of unease and vulnerability. The rest of the night was spent in a state of restless agitation. He tossed and turned, unable to find a comfortable position, haunted by fragments of the nightmare. The whispers, the runes, the grotesque figures, the unsettling sense of being manipulated, it all played out in his mind like a disturbing, recurring reel. He found himself sketching frantically in a notepad by his bed, attempting to capture the cryptic symbols from the obsidian walls, their meaning eluding him, but their impact undeniable. Sleep remained an elusive sanctuary, a haunted realm he dared not enter. Dawn broke eventually, bringing with it a grim and somber light, a pale and unwelcome illumination of his shattered world. He felt exhausted, emotionally and mentally drained, but the nightmare's lingering effects were more than mere fatigue. It was a profound sense of disturbance, a subtle shift in his perception of reality, a question mark etched into the fabric of his sanity. The mundane realities of his day, the commute to work, the meetings, the conversations with colleagues, felt surreal, almost detached, as if he were observing them from a distance, separated from them by a veil of lingering nightmare. His perception of the world had irrevocably changed, its sharp edges softened, its colors muted, by the experience. The world had become a subtly different place. The shadows seemed darker, the silence more oppressive. The familiar faces around him seemed to flicker, momentarily morphing into the grotesque forms of his dream. The lingering fear was not just a fear of the nightmare itself, but a fear of what it revealed about his own subconscious, the hidden depths he had unknowingly touched, the primal fears he had briefly glimpsed. The nightmare had forced him to confront the dark side of his own mind, his own capacity for terror, and his own vulnerability. He had survived, but the experience had left him profoundly and irrevocably changed. He was no longer the same person he had been before the nightmare's grip had tightened around him. The encounter had exposed a fragility he hadn't known existed, a chink in his previously solid armor. His ability to discern reality from illusion remained permanently damaged. He couldn't trust his senses completely. He wondered if he would ever be able to sleep soundly again, free from the grasp of the nightmare weaver. The lingering questions, the unresolved mysteries of the obsidian fortress and its terrifying inhabitants, remained a constant, low hum of dread at the back of his mind. The nightmare had ended, but its consequences would linger, a constant reminder of the unsettling power of the subconscious and the terrifying thinness of the veil between reality and dream. The nightmare had awakened something within him, a dark curiosity, a morbid fascination with the things that lurk in the shadows, both within and without. He was left with a terrible sense of unease, but also a strange, unsettling exhilaration. He had survived, against all odds. The ordeal had been a terrifying confrontation with his own inner demons, and the glimpse into the abyss had shaken him to his core, yet he was still standing. But what exactly had he awakened? And what dark forces had now taken note of his intrusion into their domain? That was a question that would haunt his waking moments and his nightmares for years to come. The nightmare was over, yet the haunting had just begun. Story 6: The Sleep Thief. The first night it was a mere tremor, a fleeting unease that brushed against the edges of her consciousness as she drifted off. A subtle shift in the atmosphere of her bedroom, a barely perceptible chill that settled on her skin like a shroud. She dismissed it as the natural anxieties of a busy life, the residue of a stressful day bleeding into the quiet sanctuary of sleep. She fell asleep, eventually, but the sleep was shallow, restless, punctuated by fleeting images that flickered at the periphery of her dreams, fleeting glimpses of shadowed figures, whispers too faint to decipher, a sense of being watched, of being encroached upon. The second night, the unease deepened. The chill intensified, becoming a palpable presence that wrapped itself around her, constricting her breath, making the familiar comfort of her bed feel claustrophobic, suffocating. Sleep remained elusive, a fleeting, frustrating goal that slipped just beyond her grasp. She tossed and turned, her mind racing, her body tense, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. The fleeting images of the previous night grew more vivid, more insistent, transforming from vague impressions into disturbingly realistic hallucinations. She saw the figures more clearly now, elongated shadows with indistinct features, their movements fluid and unsettling, their presence sinister and oppressive. The whispers grew louder, closer, weaving themselves into the fabric of her waking thoughts, insinuating themselves into her anxieties, feeding her fears. She awoke with a gasp, her body drenched in sweat, her heart hammering in her chest, the lingering taste of fear coating her tongue like bitter ash. The third night, sleep became a battlefield. She fought against the encroaching darkness, against the relentless pressure of the unseen forces that seemed to be closing in on her, draining the very essence of her being. The hallucinations intensified, blurring the line between dream and reality, creating a disturbing, surreal landscape where the familiar comfort of her bedroom was twisted into something grotesque and alien. The shadows danced and writhed, their movements unpredictable and menacing, while the whispers morphed into chilling pronouncements, taunting her with promises of oblivion, warnings of impending doom. She found herself paralyzed, unable to move, unable to scream, trapped in the suffocating grip of a terror so profound it threatened to shatter her sanity. The feeling of helplessness was immense, crushing, a weight that pressed down on her, suffocating her very soul. Each subsequent night brought a new level of intensity, a deepening despair. The sleep thief was relentless, inexorable, systematically stripping away her ability to rest, her ability to find solace in the sanctuary of slumber. She became increasingly exhausted, her body racked with fatigue, her mind clouded with a persistent, gnawing dread. The world around her seemed to dull, the vibrancy of life draining away, replaced by a pervading grayness, a muted silence broken only by the ceaseless whisperings that haunted her every waking moment. The daylight hours offered only a fleeting respite, a temporary reprieve from the relentless onslaught of her nocturnal torment. She moved through her days in a daze, her senses dulled, her thoughts clouded, her actions mechanical. The vibrant colors of the world had faded, the sounds muffled, the tastes and smells bland and indistinct. She felt as if she were observing her own life from a distance, a detached observer watching a pale imitation of her former self go through the motions of everyday existence. Her attempts to combat her sleeplessness were futile. She tried everything: herbal teas, warm baths, meditation, even prescription sleeping pills, but nothing seemed to work. The sleep thief remained undefeated, its grip tightening with each passing night. The world had become a distorted, nightmarish reflection of her own internal turmoil. She found herself avoiding mirrors, terrified by the reflection staring back, a haggard, haunted visage that mirrored her own internal suffering. She began to see the shadows in the corners of her vision, even during the day, anticipating their creeping presence, dreading the approach of nightfall. The exhaustion became unbearable. Her body ached, her muscles weak, her eyes heavy with fatigue. She dragged herself through her days, performing her duties in a state of near catatonia. Simple tasks felt overwhelming, her memory faltered, her judgment clouded. Her relationships suffered. Her friends and family, concerned by her increasing withdrawal and listlessness, offered their support, their sympathy, their concern, but their words seemed to fall on deaf ears, their presence offering little comfort. Her apartment, once a haven, now felt like a prison, every shadow, every creak, every whisper serving as a constant reminder of her vulnerability, of her inability to escape the encroaching darkness. She tried to find solace in her work, hoping that distraction would provide relief, but even the familiar routines offered no escape. Her mind remained trapped in a cycle of relentless anxiety, punctuated by nightmarish visions that blurred the line between sleep and wakefulness. Her fear wasn't just of the lack of sleep, but of the encroaching darkness, the feeling of being watched, the whispers, the shadows, the growing sense that she was not alone in her apartment, that something malevolent was feeding off her inability to rest. The sense of dread, once a peripheral unease, had now taken root in the deepest recesses of her mind, a malignant tumor spreading its tendrils through her being, poisoning every aspect of her life. She felt herself slipping away, dissolving into a state of perpetual exhaustion, a living embodiment of the creeping darkness that threatened to swallow her whole. The feeling of helplessness was utterly debilitating. She felt utterly alone in her struggle, her cries for help lost in the echoing silence of her increasingly nightmarish reality. She tried to explain her plight to others, but her words came out fragmented, incoherent, her desperate pleas for help dismissed as fatigue, stress, or even madness. The very fabric of her reality was fraying, her grip on sanity weakening with each sleepless night. She was being slowly, methodically devoured by the sleep thief, her very essence consumed by the growing darkness, until only a hollow shell remained. She began to see patterns in her nightmares, recurring symbols, a language she couldn't understand but felt instinctively. The figures in her dreams seemed to morph, coalescing into a single, looming presence that watched her from the shadows, its gaze chilling her to the bone. The whispers became more coherent, forming distorted words that sent a shiver down her spine, weaving their way into her waking thoughts, insinuating themselves into the fabric of her reality. She started to suspect the dreams weren't merely dreams, but deliberate assaults, orchestrated attempts to break her, to drain her, to consume her. The daylight hours became a blur of disorientation and exhaustion, while the nights transformed into brutal encounters with a terrifying entity that seemed determined to claim her for its own. The line between reality and nightmare continued to blur, until it disappeared altogether. The world had become a distorted, nightmarish reflection of her own internal terror, a chilling testament to the power of the sleep thief, and the devastating consequences of its relentless, soul-crushing assault. The sleep thief had succeeded. It had stolen her sleep, and with it, a significant part of herself. But it hadn't simply stolen her sleep, it had stolen her sanity, her life, her very essence. The question remained, could she ever reclaim what had been lost, or was she condemned to a perpetual existence in this nightmarish realm? The answer, she feared, lay shrouded in the endless, sleep-deprived darkness that had become her inescapable reality. The simplest tasks became monumental struggles. Brushing her teeth felt like scaling a mountain. The mundane act of making coffee was a Herculean effort. Her once sharp mind, a tool she'd relied upon for years, now felt dull, blunted, like a knife left too long in a drawer. Concentrating on anything, even for a few minutes, felt impossible. Words evaded her, sentences fractured mid-thought, leaving her feeling like a broken marionette, her strings severed, her movements jerky and uncontrolled. Her apartment, which had once felt like a sanctuary, a refuge from the outside world, now felt like a tomb. The familiar comfort of her surroundings had vanished, replaced by a chilling sense of foreboding, a constant, nagging feeling that she wasn't alone. Shadows seemed to writhe in the periphery of her vision, whispering promises of oblivion. Even the daylight, which should have offered a reprieve from the nocturnal torment, felt oppressive, the sunlight heavy and suffocating, as if the very air itself was thick with dread. Her mood swung wildly, pendulum-like, from a state of catatonic lethargy to bouts of irrational anger and agitation. She'd snap at friends and family, her words barbed and sharp, then moments later be overcome with a crippling wave of self-loathing and despair. Her relationships, once the anchor of her life, began to fray, unraveling under the strain of her unpredictable behavior and increasing withdrawal. The people who cared for her tried their best, offering words of comfort and support, but their concerns seemed to only increase her already overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Their voices, once comforting, now grated on her nerves, each word a hammer blow to her fragile sanity. The erosion of her mind was insidious, relentless. Her memory, once sharp and precise, became unreliable snippets of moments interspersed with gaping holes of oblivion. She'd forget appointments, forget conversations, forget who she was, at least in part. Moments would fade into the distance, becoming shadowy echoes of themselves until they were just ghosts of memories. Simple facts, once easily recalled, now eluded her grasp. She'd find herself staring blankly at familiar objects, unable to name them, unable to understand their function. The world felt alien, distorted, as if she were viewing it through a cracked and dirty lens. Sleep deprivation fueled her paranoia. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside her window, every distant siren, took on a sinister significance. Her imagination, inflamed by exhaustion, conjured up monstrous figures lurking in the shadows, waiting to pounce. The whispers, once barely audible, now seemed to fill every corner of her apartment, weaving themselves into the very fabric of her reality. They were no longer just sounds, but insidious suggestions, insidious thoughts, whispers designed to drive her to the edge of madness. She sought solace in books, films, and music, things that previously had soothed her, but even these previously comforting activities failed to provide an escape. The words on the page blurred, the images on the screen flickered indistinctly, the music sounded dissonant, discordant. Even art, which once ignited her soul, now felt jarring, upsetting, an intrusion upon her already overwhelmed senses. Her appetite vanished. Food, once a pleasure, now felt like a chore, a meaningless ritual. She existed on a handful of nuts here and there, small portions of things. She lost weight, her body becoming gaunt and fragile, a reflection of the decay consuming her mind. She looked in the mirror and hated the reflection that stared back, hollow-eyed, gaunt, her once vibrant skin now pale and lifeless. The mirror seemed to reflect not just her physical deterioration, but the disintegration of her very being. It was a grotesque caricature of her former self. She tried to fight back, to resist the encroaching darkness, but her efforts were futile. The sleep thief was relentless, its grip tightening with each passing day. She tried to maintain some form of normalcy, to keep up appearances, but the facade was crumbling, revealing the terrifying truth beneath. She tried to explain to her family what was happening, but the words wouldn't come, or only came out muddled, incoherent ravings that only heightened their concern and added to her own sense of despair and hopelessness. Her once organized apartment was now a chaotic mess of discarded clothes, half-eaten meals, and scattered papers. The disarray mirrored the turmoil within her mind. The clean, crisp lines of her previously well-ordered life were blurred, smudged, lost in the chaos of her sleep-deprived existence. The small details of her life had lost their meaning, stripped of significance until all that was left was a terrifying void of darkness. One night, she awoke with a start, her body slick with sweat, her heart pounding against her ribs like a frantic drum. The room seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, the air thick with the stench of decay and fear. She could feel a presence, something cold and dark, pressing down on her, suffocation pressing in. She tried to scream, but her vocal cords were paralyzed, her mouth a sealed trap. She felt something brushing against her skin, something cold and slimy, like a crawling insect, but when she tried to pull away, she couldn't move. The paralysis had completely consumed her. The feeling of suffocation was intense, overwhelming, a crushing weight bearing down on her chest. She felt like she was drowning, trapped beneath the waves of an unseen ocean. Her vision blurred, her thoughts scattered, her mind struggling to maintain its grip on reality. The shadows in the room danced and writhed, coalescing into grotesque shapes, twisting and turning like living nightmares. She felt as if her sanity was unraveling, tearing at the seams, as the darkness pressed inwards, threatening to engulf her entirely. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, weaving themselves into the fabric of her waking thoughts. They were no longer just voices, but insidious suggestions, malignant commands, whispering promises of oblivion, urging her to surrender to the darkness. She felt herself sinking, her senses fading, her grip on reality slipping away. This was it. This was the end. This was what the sleep thief had been working towards all along. The final, absolute surrender. The complete obliteration of the self. And at that point, the darkness consumed her. She felt a sense of peace, of release, as the black void swallowed her up. But then, the darkness shifted. It was different. There was a change. It was no longer the same darkness. Something new had emerged from the abyss. Something else. The darkness that had consumed her was not the oblivion she'd expected. It wasn't a peaceful void, but a shifting, churning entity, a maelstrom of shadows and whispers. It felt sentient. Instead of the expected nothingness, she found herself in a landscape crafted from her own anxieties and fears. Twisted versions of familiar places haunted her, her childhood home, now a decaying mansion with crooked windows and shadowed hallways, her apartment, transformed into a labyrinthine prison of endless corridors and locked doors. The faces that appeared were a horrifying kaleidoscope of those she knew, but distorted, their features warped into grotesque masks of malice. Her loved ones were there, their eyes burning with a cold, alien light, their voices transformed into rasping whispers that spoke of betrayal and abandonment. She couldn't scream, couldn't move, only watch as they danced around her, their movements fluid and unnatural, their steps silent and purposeful. They were mocking her, taunting her, their actions designed to amplify her feelings of isolation and dread. Her nightmares became increasingly vivid, hyper-real, blurring the line between dream and reality. She found herself trapped in scenarios that felt both familiar and alien. She'd relive moments from her past, childhood traumas, painful memories, and instances of deep emotional hurt, all reimagined with a nightmarish intensity. The colors were more saturated, the sounds more acute, the sensations more real. The fear was visceral, raw, a constant companion that gnawed at her sanity. Sleep paralysis became a nightly ritual, a terrifying prelude to the nocturnal horrors that awaited her. She'd awaken, unable to move, unable to speak, trapped in a state of complete helplessness. The weight pressing down on her chest was unbearable. A suffocating presence seemed to sit atop her, its breath hot and rancid, its touch icy and malevolent. She'd feel it, something cold and slimy, crawling on her skin, a feeling intensified by the lack of ability to move or fight it off. The sense of impending doom was paralyzing, a crushing dread that tightened its grip with each passing second. Hallucinations invaded her waking hours, too. She'd see fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures in the periphery of her vision, shapes that dissolved into nothingness when she attempted to focus. Whispers followed her, persistent and insidious, weaving their way into her thoughts, filling the silences with their chilling suggestions. They mocked her, questioned her sanity, and whispered promises of oblivion. The voices changed their tactics, one moment offering a false sense of comfort before launching into brutal taunts and accusations. The cacophony of sounds and whispers was relentless, an auditory assault that grated on her nerves. The apartment, once her sanctuary, became a terrifying reflection of her inner turmoil. The shadows seemed to writhe and twist, the walls appeared to breathe, and the furniture seemed to shift and rearrange itself while she watched, helpless. The ordinary objects within the apartment now seemed menacing and threatening, waiting to spring into life and attack her. The very air felt heavy, charged with a malignant energy that threatened to consume her. She tried to fight back, to resist the encroaching madness, but her efforts proved futile. Her rational mind, once her anchor, was now adrift in a sea of paranoia and delusion. Attempts at self-soothing, meditating, listening to calming music, even taking medication, were ineffective. The medication only blurred the edges of the terrifying visions but never managed to fully extinguish them. The hallucinations, nightmares, and sleep paralysis remained constant reminders of the darkness that had taken hold of her. The exhaustion was overwhelming. Sleep offered no respite, only a gateway to further torment. She'd wake up more tired than when she'd fallen asleep, the relentless cycle of terror draining her of all energy and will. Even short moments of sleep became terrifying ordeals. The periods of wakefulness were only slightly more merciful as they were filled with the exhaustion that came from lack of proper rest. Her physical health deteriorated rapidly. She lost more weight, her skin became paler, and dark circles deepened under her eyes. Her body was mirroring the decay within her mind. Her appearance became a haunting reflection of the insidious illness consuming her. She resembled a ghost, a mere shell of her former self. Her relationships fractured completely. Friends and family, initially concerned, began to withdraw, unable to cope with her erratic behavior and increasingly desperate pleas for help. Her pleas were met with confused stares and expressions of disbelief, only adding to her sense of isolation and despair. The isolation fueled the madness. She was completely alone in her battle against the darkness. Days bled into nights, each one indistinguishable from the last. The line between reality and hallucination blurred further. She questioned her own sanity, her memories, her very existence. The whispers insinuated that everything she knew was a fabrication, that her life was nothing but a twisted hallucination, and that she was on the brink of complete mental collapse. The constant lack of sleep, the unending hallucinations, and the creeping sense of paranoia pushed her to the edge. One particularly harrowing night, she awoke in a cold sweat, her breath ragged. The room was plunged into an almost palpable darkness, the air heavy with the stench of decay. She felt a pressure against her chest, a suffocating weight that threatened to crush her. She tried to scream, but her vocal cords were locked. She tried to move, but her body was frozen, utterly paralyzed. The figure looming over her was not a shadow, not a hallucination, but something else. It was vaguely humanoid, yet its form was constantly shifting, its edges blurred and indistinct. Its skin seemed to ripple and writhe, its features constantly changing. It was both repulsive and fascinating, a monstrous being born of her deepest fears and darkest anxieties. And its eyes, those eyes were the most terrifying aspect. They burned with an ancient malevolence, radiating a cold fire that seemed to pierce her very soul. Its touch was an icy caress, a sinister prelude to the darkness that lay ahead. She knew, with a chilling certainty, that this was not a dream. This was real. The sleep thief had finally claimed her, not in oblivion, but in a far more terrifying reality. This was a waking nightmare, and she was trapped within its grasp. The entity above her leaned in, its breath a rancid wind, its whispers a chilling promise of unending torment. The darkness was not just a feeling or a place, it was a being, a malevolent force that fed on her fear and despair, and she was its prisoner. This was the ultimate horror, not death, but a living hell, crafted from her deepest fears. The fear was paralyzing, a crushing weight that threatened to obliterate her. And she knew, in that moment, that her ordeal was far from over. The gnawing emptiness in her stomach was a constant reminder of her dwindling strength. Sleep, once a refuge, had become her tormentor. The fleeting moments of unconsciousness were only a prelude to the horrors that awaited her in the darkness. The exhaustion was a physical weight, dragging her down, slowing her movements, blurring her vision. Every step was an effort, every breath a struggle. The world around her seemed to be fading, becoming muted, like an old photograph slowly dissolving into dust. The vibrant colors of life were replaced by a dull, gray palette reflecting the despair that had taken root within her soul. Driven by a desperate need for respite, she sought help. Doctors dismissed her claims as manifestations of stress and anxiety, prescribing medication that only masked the symptoms without addressing the root cause. The pills dulled the edges of the hallucinations, temporarily softening the blows, but the underlying terror remained. The relief was temporary, a fleeting illusion that shattered with each passing night. She felt like a prisoner in her own body and mind, trapped in an unending cycle of terror and exhaustion. Her rational mind, once her shield against fear, was gradually eroding, its protective walls crumbling under the constant assault. Her pleas for help fell on deaf ears. Family and friends, initially sympathetic, slowly distanced themselves, their concern replaced by bewilderment and apprehension. They couldn't understand the reality of her experience, the tangible fear that gripped her every waking moment. Her frantic explanations were met with pitying smiles and suggestions to get some rest or see a therapist. Their inability to comprehend her situation only amplified her sense of isolation, of being alone in her struggle against the unseen enemy that was stealing her sleep, her sanity, and ultimately, her life. She tried alternative remedies, desperate for any escape from the relentless cycle. Meditation became a torturous exercise, her attempts to quiet her mind only amplifying the whispers that haunted her. The calming music that once soothed her now grated on her nerves, its melodies distorted into menacing chants. She immersed herself in books and studies of folklore, seeking any mention of the entity that haunted her. She found accounts of similar experiences, tales of the sleep thief, the old hag, and other nocturnal creatures that fed on the fear and desperation of their victims. These stories only served to confirm her worst fears, plunging her deeper into a vortex of despair. The apartment, once her safe haven, transformed into a prison. The walls seemed to close in on her, the shadows deepening, the air growing heavier with every passing hour. The mundane objects in the room, the chairs, the tables, the pictures on the wall, became menacing figures, their forms subtly changing in the darkness, whispering threats and promises of oblivion. Her reflection in the mirror was a stranger, hollow-eyed, gaunt, a ghost of her former self. The sight filled her with a chilling sense of dread. The reflection was not hers, it was a grotesque caricature of what she had become. The reflection hinted at the inevitable, a slow descent into madness and oblivion. Her daily routine became an agonizing ritual. She woke up exhausted, spent what energy she had performing basic tasks, only to face more nights of unrelenting terror. The mundane tasks, such as cooking, cleaning, or shopping, seemed insurmountable, their simple steps requiring all the energy she could muster. Even the most simple activities now seemed impossible, the lack of sleep sapping her strength and will. Her appetite disappeared, she lost more weight, and the exhaustion became an almost physical presence, weighing her down, stealing her will to live. The unraveling of her life was swift and complete. Her job was lost, her possessions became neglected. She ceased communicating with her friends and family, preferring the isolation that was no longer just a consequence of her illness but was now a sought-after refuge, an attempt to shield herself from the inevitable stares of pity and disbelief. She hoarded what little strength she had, trying to ration it out so she could continue functioning despite the relentless pressure. Her physical health mirrored the deterioration of her mental state. The dark circles under her eyes deepened into cavernous hollows. Her skin, once vibrant, now resembled parchment, its pallidness a testament to the exhaustion and despair that consumed her. Her body became as frail as her mind, a mirror of the turmoil within. Her physical deterioration began to feel almost symbolic of the battle that raged within her, a constant war between the remaining flicker of hope and the overwhelming darkness. The hope was a minuscule light against an ever-encroaching darkness, a battle she felt she was destined to lose. The whispers became more insistent, more insidious, weaving their way into her waking thoughts, poisoning her memories, twisting her perceptions. They insinuated that everything she experienced, every relationship she'd ever had, was a fabrication, a cruel illusion conjured to torture her. Her past was warped into a grotesque parody of its former self, filled with betrayal, abandonment, and unimaginable pain. The voices played on her insecurities, amplifying her fears and exploiting her vulnerability. They mocked her struggles, her desperation, her dwindling hope. The constant barrage of negativity was relentless. The incessant whispering had a physical effect, chipping away at her resolve. One night, she felt a presence, a cold, clammy touch on her skin. She knew, without seeing it, that the sleep thief was there, close, feeding on her fear. It felt not just close but almost familiar, a malevolent presence that had become part of her daily life, always there in the shadows, always looming in the periphery. This wasn't just a hallucination, it was a parasitic entity, living off her fear, clinging to her despair, and slowly draining the life from her. She felt a cold dread, not of death, but of endless torment, an unending nightmare with no escape. Driven to the edge of madness, she considered ending it all. Death seemed preferable to the endless torment, a final escape from the relentless horror that had consumed her life. But a fragile spark of resistance remained, a whisper of defiance against the encroaching oblivion. The desire to fight back, to reclaim her life from the clutches of the sleep thief, was faint, a flickering ember against the suffocating darkness. She knew it would be a long and arduous battle. But for the first time in what felt like forever, she was ready to fight. The desperation was fueled by a surge of defiance. She would not surrender to the darkness without a fight. The fight was not for victory, but for a small sliver of life, a fight for survival. It was a fight for her very existence. The specialist, Dr. Eris Thorne, a man whose eyes held the weary wisdom of countless sleepless nights, listened intently. He didn't dismiss her claims. Instead, his gaze was one of profound, unsettling understanding. He had seen things, heard things, in the shadowy realm of sleep disorders that most doctors wouldn't believe in 1,000 lifetimes. He dealt with the mundane anxieties and the profoundly disturbing cases of parasomnias. He'd learned to distinguish between the medically explainable and the truly uncanny. He saw in her eyes not just the exhaustion and despair of sleep deprivation, but something older, something darker, a fear rooted in a primal understanding of something beyond human comprehension. He asked pointed questions, delving deep into the specifics of her nightmares, her hallucinations, the paralyzing fear that held her captive in the dead of night. He probed for details, for nuances, for any inconsistencies that might betray a purely psychological origin. But the more she spoke, the more convinced he became that he wasn't dealing with a simple case of sleep paralysis. There was a malevolence in her descriptions, a chilling sense of malevolence that hinted at something far more sinister. The vividness, the detail, the palpable dread that she conveyed, it was as if she were describing not a nightmare but a tangible experience, an encounter with something truly horrific. His questions became increasingly focused on the sleep thief, as she called it. He asked her to describe it, to paint a picture with words. Her descriptions, while fragmented and inconsistent, painted a picture of an amorphous entity, a creature of shadow and dread, that seemed to exist both within and outside her mind. Sometimes it appeared as a shadowy figure looming over her, other times as a cold, clammy touch, a sense of overwhelming pressure, a chilling whisper in the darkness. It was a presence, not a form, a being of pure malevolence that seemed to feed off her fear, her desperation, her very life force. Dr. Thorne recognized the symptoms. He'd encountered similar cases in his long career, cases that had defied all logical explanation. He knew that he was dealing with something beyond the realm of conventional medicine. He understood the folklore, the whispered tales of creatures that preyed on the vulnerable in the liminal spaces between sleeping and waking. He knew of the old hag, the sleep thief, the incubi and succubi that haunted the dreams of the unsuspecting. He believed her. He initiated a series of tests, not the standard sleep studies, but a deeper, more esoteric exploration. He used advanced EEG and polysomnography to monitor her brain activity during sleep, looking for anomalies beyond the typical patterns of sleep paralysis. He also employed a form of guided meditation, a carefully crafted mental exercise designed to guide her consciousness into the realm of her nightmares, to confront the sleep thief on its own shadowy turf. The results were unsettling. Her brain activity during the episodes of paralysis showed an unusually high level of neural activity, as if her brain was fully awake while her body remained completely unresponsive. Furthermore, the EEG readings revealed strange bursts of energy, almost like electrical interference, that coincided with her descriptions of the sleep thief's presence. The guided meditation proved even more disturbing. During the session, she described seeing the entity more clearly, recognizing features that she had not previously expressed, a pair of obsidian eyes, a gaping maw filled with needle-sharp teeth, and a grotesque, elongated form that seemed to stretch and twist into impossible shapes. The image was vivid, agonizingly real, and it filled him with a chilling sense of dread. The entity, through her descriptions, seemed to be an ancient entity, a being that fed not just on fear, but on the very essence of sleep itself. Dr. Thorne knew he needed to approach this differently. This wasn't simply a psychological issue, it was a paranormal one, a battle against a creature of pure malevolence, a being that existed on the fringes of reality. He consulted ancient texts, forgotten grimoires, and dusty tomes of folklore, searching for any clues, any hints about how to combat this creature. He discovered references to similar entities, creatures that preyed on the sleeping, creatures that fed on the life force of their victims. The text spoke of rituals, of ancient defenses, of ways to protect oneself from such entities. The remedies described involved a perilous journey into the subconscious, a battle fought in the shadowy realm of dreams, a conflict with a creature that existed on the border between worlds. His research led him to an ancient amulet, a small, obsidian pendant said to possess powerful protective properties against nocturnal entities. He presented it to her, explaining its purpose, its history, and the risks involved in using it. He explained that this was not a cure, but a weapon, a tool that might help her fight back against the sleep thief. He warned her of the dangers, the risks of entering the realm of nightmares armed only with the power of her will and the amulet, the potential for catastrophic mental breakdowns, the terrifying reality of facing the sleep thief face to face. He laid out the potential consequences plainly, the possibility of complete mental collapse, the risk of losing herself entirely in the realm of dreams, of being trapped in the darkness forever. The amulet was cold to the touch, its obsidian surface smooth and strangely alluring. It pulsed faintly with a subtle energy, a low hum that resonated deep within her. She clutched it tightly, feeling a surge of defiance against the overpowering despair. She was ready. She was prepared for battle. The subsequent nights were a blur of terrifying encounters and desperate struggles. Using a combination of the amulet's power and guided visualization techniques taught by Dr. Thorne, she began to fight back. The battles were waged in the liminal spaces between sleep and wakefulness, in the blurry landscape of dreams where reality and nightmare intertwined. She faced the sleep thief not just in the form of the creature she described, but also in the insidious forms of her deepest fears and insecurities. The entity manifested as her lost loves, her failures, her deepest regrets, grotesque parodies of her life, twisting her memories and tormenting her with vivid visions of what could have been, of who she could have become. The battles were harrowing. The creature would taunt her, mock her, draining her strength, but she would not yield. The amulet helped to shield her, providing a locus of strength, a focal point against the overwhelming darkness. Each night, she fought harder, digging deeper into her reserves of resilience. She learned to focus her will, to channel her fear into strength, her despair into determination. The fight wasn't just a physical battle, it was a mental one, a battle against the insidious whispers of doubt, the overwhelming sense of hopelessness that the sleep thief used to weaken her resolve. With each battle, she grew stronger, her resilience growing with each encounter. She learned to wield the power of her mind, to manipulate the dreamscape, to shape the nightmares in her favor. She began to see the sleep thief not as an invincible entity, but as a parasite, a creature that needed her fear to survive. By refusing to yield to her terror, by actively confronting her fear, she began to starve the creature, to weaken its hold over her. The nightmares began to lessen in intensity and frequency, and the periods of sleep paralysis became shorter, less agonizing. The journey was far from over, but she had begun to reclaim her sleep, to regain control of her mind. The path ahead remained fraught with peril, but with Dr. Thorne's guidance and the power of the amulet, she finally had a fighting chance to overcome the darkness. The whispers still came, but now she could hear them, not as terrifying commands, but as the feeble cries of a creature on the verge of defeat. The sleep thief was dying, but it wouldn't surrender without a desperate final battle. The fight for her life, for her sanity, for her sleep, was far from over. The fight for her soul was just beginning.
If you've made it this far, you've heard the whispers. The static doesn't lie. If something felt too close tonight, it probably was. Subscribe for more tales that reach through the dark. Drop a comment below. What time is it right now where you are? And who's watching with you?